Okay. 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 Okay, that's what? No, number 4? Number 4? I think that's number 4. I think so. I don't know. We can still count them on one hand, so I don't know what's going on. This didn't happen last week. Ah! Oh my goodness. I hope we're good. Um Can you hear me? Are we good? Are we back? Uh a snippet. Okay. Well, that's better than nothing. Oh, okay, good. Yay! Number 4. Number 4, everyone. Give it up for Dave. All right, see you, Dragdoon. Enjoy your lurk. All right, back to back to the PowerPoint. Hopefully it won't do it again. Chopard was a composer in medieval England around the same time as Tallis and Bird. And he's only composed one piece that anybody knows about, which was Media Vita and Morte Sumus, which is right here. He wrote the piece in response to a plague that hit England, and it actually ended up killing him, which is very sad. But so the piece is really this in-depth look into grief and sorrow and pain. And it's a really, really beautiful, it does a really beautiful job of it. I just mumbled that word real bad. But it does a beautiful job of it, and that's why that's there, why he's up here. And then Macmillan, James Macmillan is another contemporary composer, so you still can't call me backwards. But Macmillan is another composer who, he's from Scotland, and he writes a ton of stuff. He was really hard to pick a piece for. Oh no. Wait, okay, we're still good. I thought something happened. I'm so paranoid now. It was hard to pick a piece from him. But to go down the favorite compositions, for Bach, I picked his St. John Passion. Really, for Bach, I could have picked anything, but this was the piece that initially actually drew me into classical music. Oh, what? Oh, we're live again. Okay. I don't know what... Oh. Are we still here? I don't even know. Hello? Is it even working? I don't know. Okay, good. Well, to go down the list of compositions then, for Bach I picked his St. John Passion. I could have picked anything really from Bach, but his St. John Passion was what inspired me to get into music in the first place. I listened to it for the first time when I was 17, and it literally changed my life. And ever since then, I've really grown more and more into... I mean, I rediscovered my passion for singing, and that piece is just genuinely very important to me. So that's why it's at the top of my list, and also why Bach is part of the reason why Bach is there. Tallis' Gaude Gloriosa Dei Mater is another brilliant polyphonic piece. You have like, I think it's 7 voices working in tandem. No, it should be 7 because the soprano splits, I think. But you have 7 voices working in tandem to produce this labyrinth of sound, and you're taking it all these different places at once. All these different held notes are going up and down and left and right, and it's just this marvelous piece that does so much with so little, and it's just a masterwork of English polyphony of the Middle Ages. Arneson's Holy Spirit Mass is another significant piece for me. For those of you who don't know, I wasn't always Catholic. For those of you who do know that I'm Catholic, it won't be a primary focus of my channel at all, but it is an aspect of my life. I wasn't always Catholic. I used to be a Lutheran, And this piece was actually written as a reconciliation piece between Lutheranism and Catholicism. And for that reason, it's quite significant to me. It holds a special place in my heart. And of all of Arneson's compositions, I feel like this is the most emotionally driven, and it really tugs at my heartstrings. I absolutely love the section called Peace, which is towards the end of the work, but it's just this like really, really bitter grappling musically. The text itself is just the Agnus Dei, but the music is like grappling with the ideas of what peace really is, and will we ever find it. If you ever look at the sheet music, I love what he does. Schnittke, I picked his piano quintet, which is another very dismal and sad and sorrowful piece. Don't listen to it if you're having a good day. It will put you in a bad mood or make you very sad. He wrote it when his mother died, and the grappling with grief in that piece is just so genuine and authentic. I love it. In the same way that one might love like a memento of someone you lost, I suppose. Bird's Mass for Four Voices is a fantastic work that, again, does a lot with a little. That tends to be a theme with a lot of these classical composers from England. You usually have like 3 to 6 to 7 voices, and they carry an entire choir, and it's just amazing what they do. And that's one really great example of that. Frescobaldi, again, he's really just here because I wanted to say his name because his name is hilarious. But for him, I picked a Toccata Sesta Sopra I Pedali e Senza, which is an organ piece, which actually is very, very nice. It's a very wacky organ piece. You're holding the pedal like the entire time. So you've got like this droning bass sound that just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going over the rest of the piece. Chopard, again, is Media Vita. I already talked about that, so I'm going to skip that. And then from Macmillan, I picked... That was a hard choice. I was choosing between this and his opera Clemency, which is a fantastic opera. But I picked it since it was the day of preparation, which is a continuation in many ways of Bach's St. John Passion. And I love the solos the tenor gets in that piece. They're super complex and really hard to do, but it's a really, really fun piece to listen to. And he also has his famous Tu es Petrus at the very end, which he wrote for Pope Benedict XVI when he came to England. And the piece sounds like something out of Star Wars. It's crazy. I would play it for you if it wasn't copyrighted and also impossible to find. But yay, next, we did it. We made it to the next slide. No more scuff so far. So here's some other stuff I like. I made a little collage. I thought the collage would be a lot of fun to express my favorite things. I had a lot of fun making this slide. I spent probably most of the time putting this collage together. So down the list, I don't know if I want to explain the collage or if I want to just go down the list. Yeah, so redemption arcs. I love redemption arcs. Give me stories with redemption arcs. I love seeing bad people become good people. I love seeing people who are broken be mended. I love seeing mercy be given and clemency be shown. I'm a sucker for mercy. I'm a sucker for sacrificial love. So redemption arcs in any story, if they're executed well, I should say, as long as they're earned and the clemency is genuine and the compassion is earned. I love redemption arcs. And this is absolutely connected to my second point, which he's my favorite character of all time right now, but Sunday from Honkai Star Rail. I did not expect Star Rail to hit me as hard as it did with its story, but it did. It clobbered me over the head. It bludgeoned me. It was like Star Rail hit me over the head with a folding chair and then made me sit down in it. Sunday is just one of the best villains I've ever seen in a video game in a long time. He's very well written. He's also one of the best, I should say, like religious coded villains I've seen in a long time. He has this very genuine grappling with the Beatitudes, which feels very authentic and honest. And his internal conflict was something I really resonated with. So yeah, you should, Monty. I think you'd probably like it. I mean, if you're okay with the turn-based strategy gameplay, which isn't too bad, I think you'd probably really like it. But yeah, anyway, he's one of my favorite characters of all time. That's why he's on the slide 3 times. But I love Sunday. Really great character. Yeah, you'll probably be seeing more of him later. I am absolutely saving until his banner comes. I know the rumors now are 2.7. I will hold out until then. I'm not pulling for Firefly. I'm not pulling for Ranmei. I'm not pulling for anything that's been announced so far. I am saving my Stellar Jades until Sunday. Until Sunday comes. But yeah, I play a lot of video games in my free time when I'm not doing grad school or I'm not working for the congregation. I particularly like Hoyoverse titles and grand strategy games. So I play a lot of Total War and Paradox titles. As you can see, I think I only included Total War on this slide, but it's there in between the Heart Cross and the Boba Tea. Medieval 2 Total War is right there. Which leads into tea. I love tea. I love all kinds of tea. I like it sweet. I like it bitter. I like it sweet. I just said that. I'm repeating myself. I like it with things in it. I like it black. I'll put cream in it. I'll put sugar in it. Sometimes I won't put either. I like it hot. I like it cold. Give me any tea. I will probably love it. I will drink it and I will enjoy it. I love tea. I love tea a lot. Being Catholic is a very important part of my life. It's, again, not going to be a focal point of the channel. I probably won't be talking about it too much outside of like just brief mentions to my life because, again, it is my career, so I have to talk about it to some extent, but I want everybody to feel welcome. I really want this channel to be a place for people just to calm down and relax and enjoy the stream, and enjoy my hopefully interesting banter. But yeah, it's very important to me. It's a very important part of my life, and it's very important to me. I wouldn't be who I am without it. So I also love to collect rosaries. I have way too many of them. I buy them all the time, and I shouldn't. I remember when I first started, my Pro-Kill vicar, like, he had blessed like 10 rosaries in a row, and he was like, "You really need to get rid of these." And I was like, "I should, but I won't." I love them. They're so pretty. I love collecting them. I have so many. I have from Italy, from France, from Portugal, from Spain, from South America, I have so many. I have way too many. One's made with like gemstones, one's made with wood, one's made from seeds. Like I have too many. I collect way too many of them. But then I love philosophy. I love studying philosophy. I love reading philosophy. I love doing things connected to it. It's another important part of my life. In many ways, it is another part of my career. I hope to be able to study philosophy and teach it later on. So for philosophy, I have Soren Kierkegaard and Jean-Luc Marion, who are two of my favorite authors. And they're down there at the bottom. Soren Kierkegaard's above Star Rail, and Jean-Luc Marion is beneath The Power and the Glory and The Other Picture of Sunday. I love downhill skiing. That's the one sport I'm good at. I can't play any other sports well. I am pathetically inept at any other sport. I have tried to play soccer or football numerous times, and I get injured every single time I play it. I have twisted my ankle and been unable to walk for a month. I was slammed into a door and had to have my head checked out. I have had an elbow shoved in my face. I have been hit in the head with a ball, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. A ball has been sent into my head, and I have fallen over. I do not play soccer anymore, needless to say. That is no longer my sport of choice. It never was, really. I was doing it because basically everybody was telling me I should be playing it. No, never again. But I love skiing. It is the one redeeming factor of winter for me. I love skiing down slopes. It's just a feeling unlike any other. The adrenaline rush of just shooting down a hill and like just feeling the wind on your face, and there's nothing like it. It's beautiful. It takes a while to figure it out, but once you do, there is nothing more fun. I love Shusaku Indo and Graham Greene novels, both of which are very depressing and sad, which I trust is not indicative of my overall character. But I love novels that grasp with eternal questions. Again, with the Beatitudes, with sorrow, with the problem of pain, with the problem of suffering. I enjoy things which grapple with existential questions, and as a result, I love Graham Greene and Indo and the way that they do those things. Lamb shanks are my favorite food. I love them a lot. I eat a lot of lamb shanks whenever I can, although they're not easy to find in the US, which is a shame. But yeah, I love lamb shanks. I love the way that they're just so tender, they fall apart. I love the sauce that comes with them. I love the carrots. Oh, I really like lamb shanks. I like comedy films a lot. I will be going through some of my favorite movies later on in the presentation, but comedies are a great way to get me to open up. I laugh like a hyena. I am not afraid to laugh. You will probably hear me laugh throughout both this stream and any others I do. So, like when I really find something funny too, like I cackle and it sounds horrible, but I'm just a silly guy. I like to think I'm just a silly guy. But yes, I love comedies, especially I tend to like British humor more than American humor, so there's that too, which I guess is, I don't know if that's unusual or not. I'm really not sure, but I especially love Monty Python. Humility is probably the most important virtue for me. If a person is humble, I definitely find myself more inclined to talk to them and to reach out to them. I think people who recognize their worth and properly assimilate to that are few and far between, and I respect people who can do that well and who recognize both their talents and their faults and employ them in the way that they need to be done. And third of all, this will be important later, but I love fountain pens and I love writing with fountain pens. There's nothing like the feel of the scratch of the fountain pen on a textbook or on a fancy piece of writing paper. I love taking notes with fountain pens. So those are my likes. At least this is the collage here. We'll go over it. Let's see. So you have from left to right down. You have Sunday, a rosary, Genshin Impact, underneath that a lamb shank, Silence by Shusaku Indo, a bubble tea, another picture of Sunday, but his chibi on a couch, downhill skiing, Graham Greene's The Power and the Glory, Sunday Standing Up, Soren Kierkegaard, Medieval 2 Total War, a teacup full of tea with a loose leaf tea and a spoon beside it, Jean-Luc Marion, Honkai Star Rail, a Kaveco fountain pen, and a Daihonian cross. That is my collage that I made for you all. I hope I hope you appreciate it. It's kind of nice, right? I don't know. I like it. But anyway, we will move to the next slide here. My dislikes. I hope not to elaborate too much on these. I don't want to keep things dour, so. But yeah, unbridled or unearned arrogance. The foil to humility, unfortunately, is this. And because I like humility so much, people who like just barge in and like insist that they're the best at something without ever proving that they are or showing their talent for it. I don't know. That grinds my gears. Maybe it shouldn't. Maybe I need to learn more charity there. All right, see you, Monty. Come back if you can. If not, enjoy your chores. That sounds callous. But make the best of them. But yeah, people with unbridled or unearned arrogance, I find difficult to brook with. It's just, I don't know. It's hard to get along with people who I find are just unable to recognize. I don't know, that they're just too much, or they're going too far. I don't like horror films about demons or possession. I don't like games about that either. Makes my skin crawl, makes me nervous. I won't be able to sleep. Yeah, I just not for me. Not my cup of tea. Not my thing, unfortunately. I know some people love it. I do like some horror. Probably one of my favorite. I didn't actually put it in my list, but one of my favorite movies is probably The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. So I do. There's a time and place for horror, but unfortunately, it is not the about the demonic. I can't stand it. It makes my skin crawl. I don't like bland food. I like spicy food. I like sour food. I'll eat sweet food too, but if it's like just bland, if there's hardly any seasoning, if it's just like a grilled chicken breast like that hasn't been properly seasoned and is dry, like I can't eat that. Like it's too much. I'm not a very picky eater, but bland food is like the one thing I really can't deal with. If you cook something and you set it in front of me, I will try to eat it. I am not a picky eater at all. I will give everything, no matter how exotic it is, a fair shake. I have eaten all sorts of things that I never thought I would because somebody put it in front of me and said it was good, and I was like, okay. And so I'm not a picky eater. I'll give everything a try, and usually I end up liking it. But bland food is the one thing I do not like. I can't do cockroaches. If I see a cockroach, I will scream. I scream like a child. I will run away. I will get as far away from it as possible. I can't even crush it. Like, they make my skin crawl. They make my spine tingle. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Ah. Okay, that was a scare for a second. I was gonna try to say like, I was gonna try to explain what was going on before it crashed, but okay. I think we're still good. I think we're still good. I hope. I think we're all right. All right. We're gonna keep going. But yeah, roaches. I can't do roaches. Terrify me. Make my skin crawl, make me feel nasty. I just, no, I can't do cockroaches. Can't do it. Another one of my pet peeves, and this happens a lot because I'm usually one of the few, I guess, trained vocalists at these given events, especially like if it's a wedding or a funeral. But people will ask me days, like a day in advance or the day of, to sing something at a function, like a super formal function. And like just expect me to be able to pull it out of my, like just pull it out of thin air and do this. Like, welcome back, Moose. We're on my dislikes right now. Did you get to see my likes? I'll show you my collage if you missed it. I'm very proud of my collage. There's my collage. I'm very proud of that. I'm probably inordinately proud of that. I shouldn't be as proud as I am of it. But I had a lot of fun with that. I had a lot of fun making that. That's probably what I spent the most amount of time on for the PowerPoint. But back to dislikes. Yeah, people who like will just come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, would you sing at this funeral or would you sing at this wedding?" And it's the day of the function. Like, I'm sorry, I can't sing a professional song without rehearsing. I mean, usually I'll give it a stab, or I'll be very polite about it, but there's just something about I don't know, it's just hard to deal with. It's just a pet peeve. I just do not like it if somebody just blows it on me all of a sudden, like, "Hey, by the way, I said that you were gonna sing at my wedding." And it's like, what? So that's always a little annoying. And then snow. I don't like snow. Snow, it gets everywhere. It makes driving a pain in the butt. I don't like snow. It makes life harder. You usually can't go outside, and if you do, everything that you're wearing has to be washed immediately afterwards. You have to put on tons of clothing just to survive, and you have to dust it off the car. It's just a pain. The only thing that makes snow worthwhile is that I get to ski in it. I don't care for Marvel movies. I've never have. They've never been my thing. And superhero films in general, I've always found difficult to sit through. I don't know. It feels like I'm watching the same thing over and over again, which can be said about most stories, but like to an excessive degree, I feel. So I find Marvel movies difficult to watch. And then I hate camping. I am not an outdoors person, if you can't tell. My mother tried to make me camp for years in high school and in middle school, and I never liked it. I still don't like it. I like being able to shower every night. I like being able to sleep in my own bed. I like going to sleep without sweating the entire time. I like my air conditioning. And so I'm not into camping, not my thing, never will be. But those are my dislikes, so we can move past the negative aspects here. My favorite media. I know usually people do a anime page, and I watch some anime, but not a lot. So I wanted to include books and movies as well, so that you can get a better feel for like the type of media I consume on the regular. But as far as anime goes, my favorite of all time is probably The Disastrous Life of Psyche K. I love the satire in that anime. I think it's so well executed. And it's probably one of the few that I've watched twice. I usually will watch an anime and just watch it once. I've seen The Disastrous Life of Psyche K twice. And the comedy in it is really well executed. Kids on the Slope is another one I really quite liked. I haven't seen it in a long time, but it's another favorite. I love the interplay between music and how it affects relationships and how it develops worldviews. The whole anime deals with jazz, and there's also a very rare depiction of Japanese Catholicism in the film, which is a particular interest to me because I studied that in undergrad. So for my history minor. And so I found that particularly fascinating in that anime. Mashle was quite fun. I gave it a try. I think it was on a whim, honestly. And I quite liked Mashle. I thought it was a really fun kind of subversion of what seems to be a very common anime trope. Definitely an inspiring take on magic, which seems to be a very... I don't know, it seems to be a dead horse that's... Ah! Oh my goodness. Okay. Are we back? I don't know. If you're here, let me know. Ah, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on. I'm really embarrassed, but... Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. Holy cow. I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 VODs. You're kidding me. Oh man. It'll be like the debut stream pilgrimage is what this will all turn into. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, for those of you who are still here, thank you for sticking through the scuff. I'm sorry that this has become so problematic. I had no idea that it would. But anyway, I don't know where I cut off, but yeah, Mashle was a great anime. I really like that. Oh, thank you, Roy. Oh, I'm glad it's working. I still milk tea. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Thanks for stopping in. This has been so crazy. I'm so embarrassed. I know. It's... Thanks, Bree. If nothing else, it's memorable, right? Like, you won't forget about it. Or at least I won't. I'll probably be thinking about this for days. Yeah. Well, second stream, actually. My first stream was last week, and it was perfect. This didn't happen last week. Actually, there were issues last week, but they were all behind the camera, so nobody knew about them. My room was invaded with insects the night of my first stream, which was actually insane. But the grate on my room, the grate on my window fell off in the middle of the stream, and I thought my window was shut anyway, but this was last week. But my room filled with just moths. Like, moths were everywhere, like all over the walls. It was like, I mean, literally, it was like 25, 30. Hi, Donkey, welcome. I'm talking about, we've had a lot of scuff, which didn't happen last week. And I'm talking about the problems that did happen last week, which was my room was invaded by moths. I mean, they were everywhere. Like, moths on my bed, on my walls, like, all over my closet. Like, I went around after my first stream and I was just killing moths, and I felt so bad about it, but I didn't know what else to do. There were like, it was like 30, 40 of them. And I didn't realize at first that the grate had fallen off my windows, so they just kept coming in. And I had to, oh my, I didn't even realize until the next day. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the raid, to Barry. Oh my gosh, I have to remember how to shout out here. Oh, shout out. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. This is my debut. Hi, I'm Clavier Talus. I am a choir master VTuber. I am the headmaster and cantor of St. Cuthbert's Academy of Music and Philosophy. I'm currently going through my PowerPoint. Right now we're talking about my favorite media. But I because I'm so proud of it, inordinately proud, I might say, of my likes page. I made a little collage. I'm so proud of it. I want to show it. I made a collage. And everybody has to know that Sunday from Honkai Star Rail is my favorite character in the history of anything ever. That is the most important thing to take from this slide. But I made all this. I was very proud. I'm inordinately proud of it. It took me like maybe 30 minutes, but I'm very proud of it. But yes, welcome all of you raiders. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you stick around. If not, that's fine. It's just wonderful to have. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lowry. It's just I don't know. I wasn't expecting this, so this is great. I've had a lot of scuff this first hour, so this was a great pick me up. Thank you so much. I'm so flattered. But going back, I'm not gonna talk about. Okay, I'm screaming bloody murder here. Oh my gosh, this is like the 5th time. I'm sorry. Holy cow, no, this is so embarrassing. Ah. Okay, Okay, I think we're back. I think maybe we're back. I don't know for sure. Are we back? Are we back? We're so back. Is it Jover or are we so back? I don't know. One or the other. I'm like screaming bloody murder, like, no! Ah! Okay. I don't know what's going on. I keep saying this. I really have no idea what happened. I streamed for 4 hours last week and we didn't have a single interruption. My living situation means that I don't have direct control over the Wi-Fi, so I have absolutely no idea how to solve this problem, and we're just gonna have to work with it. Thank you all for sticking around. You guys have been so patient. Um, all right. Um, I think I was talking about Sunday. Uh, but yeah, Sunday's supposed to be playable in 2.7. I am waiting. I will wait with bated breath. That means his drip marketing should come around October. So I am saving. I am saving for Sunday. I am saving and saving and saving for Sunday. I don't care how long it takes. Um, um, but yeah, he is my favorite character in the history of anything ever. He's such a well-written villain, such a well-done religious villain too, because usually religious villains are so one-dimensional and really don't. I don't know. They're usually like just like comically evil. He's very, very nuanced. I love the fact that he's really dedicated to the Beatitudes. His fervor is very genuine. And he's really grappling with serious questions, which, for those of you who weren't here from the beginning, I'm a philosophy undergraduate, so I studied all that stuff before, and those questions are of particular interest to me, which is why on the books on this slide I have not including philosophy, because nobody wants to hear me talk about philosophy. I promise you, you don't want to hear me talk about it. So, but yeah, I love Sunday. Anyway, back to this slide. My favorite anime, yeah, Disaster's Life of Psyche K is by far my favorite. Great comedy. I think the humor is really well done. I love Kids on the Slope because of its portrayal of music and the impact it has on relationships. I love Mashal was just fun to watch. I don't know, it was a nice subversion of magic, the magic trope, and just a genuinely fun show to watch. It made me laugh a lot. So if you can make me laugh, I'll probably enjoy it. I'm very, I don't know, I'm very easy to entertain. I'm I'm a child at heart, so. Salaryman's Club was an interesting find. Most sports anime tend to be in high school, and this one deals with like a bunch of like working adults, which made it a really fun anime to watch because it was kind of relatable, being like in my 20s and like, oh yeah, like we can still do sports even though I'm terrible at sports. Besides downhill skiing, that's the one sport I'm good at. And then Demon Slayer I got into earlier this year, and it was quite sudden. I had purchased the Switch game Hinokami Chronicles because it was like on sale at Target for like $20 or something like that, and I never played it. And one day I just put it into my Switch earlier this year and played it and really liked it, and then watched the entire first season of the anime. I'm taking a drink of water, I'm sorry. But yeah, so Demon Slayer was pretty nice. And then My Hero Academia I also started earlier this year, about a month ago, on the recommendation of my sister, and I quite enjoyed it. It's not my favorite, but it's been fun to watch. So I have not seen, is it Frieren? 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 I would assume it's Frieren. I think that's, I have not seen it, judging by my inability to pronounce it correctly, presumably. But books that are not philosophy books, because those are boring. I have The Great Passion by James Runcie, which is a book about Johann Sebastian Bach, again, my favorite musical composer of all time. And again, it deals with questions of grief, death, and suffering in a very human and very honest way, from the perspective of a 13-year-old student of Bach's who's grappling with the death of his mother. And it's a really, really heartfelt book. I love it. It's a great fictional portrayal of J.S. Bach and his time as a teacher. Actually, for those of you who... Frieren Beyond Journey's End. Okay. I'll take a look at that. I'll put it on my I'll put a pin in that. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. It's a great book. If you know me through Halcyon Ward, I was in the middle of doing a read-through of this book for his server. I was doing a audiobook read-through, And I took a pause on it because grad school got insanely hard mid semester, but I hope to resume it eventually. It's a great text, and I've read it through 3 times. It's one of my favorite books. I love Romance of the Three Kingdoms by Luo Guanzhong. I read it actually in high school, and it is a phenomenal historical fiction work, which details, like, I think almost 200 years of Chinese history, and you're dealing with over 1,000 different characters. It's a great book. The drama, the writing style, it's very unique. It's incredible. It's well worth your reading if you have the patience to sit through a book with over, I want to say, the edition I have is divided into 4 novels, and each one's over 500 pages. So it's a long book, but it's well worth reading if you ever have the time. The Power and the Glory by Graham Greene and Silence by Shusaku Indo are both books which deal with the problem of evil, the importance of suffering, whether or not suffering can be redemptive, whether or not people can turn from evil into good, all philosophical questions. Even though these are not philosophy texts, I tend to wrestle with these questions a lot, and I love works that do. A Canticle for Leibowitz is a science fiction novel about the end of the world, where a nuclear holocaust erupts, and all that's left is a bunch of people who then take out their fury on the scientists of the world and, like, destroy all written material and all scientific advancements, and it leaves the world stuck in, like, a new dark age. And it's about this group of monks in the New Mexican desert who, over time, like, copy and preserve all of these written texts that they salvage from destruction, and how they slowly rebuild the world from that. And then The Unutterable Beauty is actually a book of poems by G.A. Studdert Kennedy. It's my favorite book of poetry, and I actually read it on the daily, almost. It's a lovely text. I highly recommend, if you're into poetry, reading some of it. I hope you'll enjoy it if you do. So give it a look if you're into poetry. Let's see what's next. Movies. So a lot of these, there's a lot of different ones up here. Train to Busan. I feel like this is pretty in vogue now. But Train to Busan is a film about it's about a zombie apocalypse that happens in South Korea, and it all takes place, or the majority of it takes place on a moving train. The way that they subvert the zombie genre, it's genuinely terrifying, but also incredibly wholesome. They deal with the dynamic of a father and a daughter, and it's a remarkably well done love letter to the importance of parenting. Oh my gosh! Hey Pitoni, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, thank you guys. Welcome in. We're currently doing my PowerPoint. We'll be streaming a game later, but right now we're still in PowerPoint. Let me shout out Pitoni here. Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Welcome Lynn, welcome Father, welcome Pitoni, welcome Raiders. So good to have you. We're currently going over my favorite media. Just to reiterate this slide, talked about anime. I don't watch a lot of anime, but these are some of the few that I have seen and really like. Books, I just finished going through them. I'm pretty sure most of y'all will know these. I'd be shocked if you didn't hear about at least some of them, because a lot of them are spiritual books. But movies, we're talking about movies right now. But Train to Busan is a great horror film. I love Train to Busan. I love the dynamic between the father and the daughter. I love the way it subverts the zombie genre with the narrow corridors and the dynamic movement. Airplane is one of my favorite comedies of all time. Every single joke. Thank you for the follow, Saren. Airplane is one of my favorite comedies of all time. Every joke lands. Thank you. But every joke lands. It's a great film. We've had so much scuff, by the way, just to warn you all. My stream has crashed like 5 different times already, so if it crashes again, I apologize. But we've already had 1 raid, and a lot of people have been very supportive, so I'm very grateful. I have not seen The Scarlet and the Black. I do not know what that is. Every joke lands. The airplane mostly lands. Yeah. But yeah, it's a great comedy. I love Airplane. Silence 2016 was a movie I anticipated for a long time. I read Indo's novel back in, I want to say like 2013, and I heard that Scorsese was making it into a film. I just want to say good luck. That's how I feel right now. All right. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Terberry. Thank you so much for the raid-in. I really appreciate it. That meant so much. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome to the choir. Welcome all to the choir. But yeah, that's literally how I feel. I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you. With how many times the stream has crashed, that's like so relatable. It should be. No, you're right. Oh my gosh, it will be one day. Maybe once I hit affiliate, we will make that into a redeem. Absolutely. Thank you for the idea, Saren. The autopilot. Oh. But yeah, Silence was a movie I anticipated for a long time, and it did not disappoint. As a lot of people have mentioned, Scorsese did kind of muffle the ending a little bit, and I wasn't okay with that, but by and large, he was very faithful to the novel, and I was very happy with how it turned out. So I love Silence. Man for All Seasons, as most of you probably know, is a fantastic... The dialogue in that film is just unquestionably some of the best I've ever seen in a screenplay. Of course, because it's adapted from a play and was adapted by the playwright, but just some of the best dialogue I've ever seen in any movie ever. Everything is just... You just get drawn into every conversation. You can tell how much everything matters. Same thing with Beckett. Fantastic dialogue, fantastic acting. I think you got Peter O'Toole in both of those films. And they're both really good classic examples of like 1960s British filmmaking. What is not a great example of 1960s British filmmaking is Mulan, which is my favorite Disney movie. I don't know why it is, but I love Mulan. I'm very hot and cold with Disney films, surprisingly. There are some that I love, and some that I just do not like at all, but Mulan is one that I unquestionably love and adore. I watch a ton of Mulan. So, I've seen it probably like 7 or 8 times. Definitely my favorite Disney film. Monty Python and the Search for the Holy Grail is another great film. I don't like it as much as their TV show, but I did not make a TV show category for this, so I threw the Holy Grail on here. I like it better than Life of Brian, and I think more people are familiar with the Holy Grail, so but yeah, a great film. Makes me laugh every time. The Princess Bride is a childhood favorite of mine, and is alongside, which I don't know why I didn't include on this list, alongside the Chronicles of Narnia, are like my 2 comfort movies. Like if I have a really bad day, I will like huddle in my dorm and throw on The Princess Bride or Chronicles of Narnia and just watch that, and probably like drink a glass of tea or something. And then I also love the Indiana Jones series. That's another childhood favorite. I remember I actually started playing Fortnite because they did the collab with Indiana Jones. Lionsgate, the Disney one. But only The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I don't care for the Prince Caspian or Voyage of the Dawn Treader adaptations. Just the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I love the actress who plays Lucy. She does a phenomenal job in those. Oh, poppycock. But okay, you're entitled to your opinion. But all right, next slide. My favorite video games. I can't promise that all of these will appear on stream, but I hope that at least some of them will at some point. I don't know, we'll see. But Hoyoverse games, I play both Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. As I iterated previously, Sunday is one of my... Okay. Thank you, Saren. Honkai is... Sunday is one of my favorite games, or favorite character games. I don't know what I'm saying. Let me just... Let's all have a collective amnesia for the last minute. My favorite games. Genshin Impact. I played a lot of Genshin. I played it close to release. I think 2.1 was when I started playing it, and I played it until Kazuha released, and then I put the game down and didn't play it for 2 years. I picked it back up last summer and fell in love with the Sumeru arc, and since then I have played a ton of Genshin, and I didn't like Fontaine as much as Sumeru. I know a lot of people loved Fontaine more, but I love the Sumeru story so much, and it brought me back into the game. I've been playing it since. Honkai Star Rail, another game that I started it last summer, so not as close to release as Genshin, and I play it off and on, but recently I picked it up, and I just love the character of Sunday. He is a whoops. He is a phenomenally written character, probably one of the best Catholic coded villains I've seen in a video game in a long time. Genuinely loves the Beatitudes and genuinely grappling with the problem of evil, and does so in a very authentic way. Obviously his solutions are wrong, but I'm gonna be repeating myself about Sunday on and on about this game. But anyway, I love Honkai Star Rail. Great villain, great game. I'm a big fan of the Halo series. I have been for a long time, like since childhood. I started with Halo 3. Actually, no, I started with Halo 2. Like, my father had Halo 2, and he let me play it with him once, and then I didn't play it again for a long time. And then eventually I got Halo 3 and played it from there. But I love the Bungie games, plus Infinite. I don't play 4 or 5, really. I technically have 4 because I have the Master Chief Collection, but I don't play it much. And I never played 5. I never even bought it. I didn't like 4 enough to... Yes, I love Total War. Total War is a series I have played for a long time. I want to say I started Total War in 2012. When I was like 12 years old, I started playing Total War. That coincided with, like, I had a massive, like, history nerd phase. I got sucked into Total War, and I've been playing it ever since. I have never played the Warhammer games, mostly because I don't know anything about Warhammer, and everybody I've ever met who is into Warhammer, like, has emphasized to me that the lore is just so incredibly dense that I don't know if I'd be able to get into it. But yeah, my favorite Total War game is Medieval 2, but I also love Shogun 2. That's my second favorite. And Shogun 2 is my first one. Hi, welcome Mustafa. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming. Disney movies were hit or miss. Oh, Notre Dame. You know, I love the music. I do love the music. I appreciate that they turned Claude Frollo into a judge instead of a priest, which I think neutered the frustrations I would have had with the story otherwise. What are we doing? I'm currently working through my PowerPoint. This is my debut PowerPoint. I'm currently going through some of my favorite things. I had a slide earlier, Mustafa, that was like a collage of my favorite things here. But right now I'm going through general media that I like. So, or video games rather. I did media. I had animes, books, and movies, and then favorite video games in general is what we're doing right now. But yeah, I probably would love Warhammer Total War if I bought it. There's definitely no reason for me not to, but I don't know. I guess the reason has just been, one, I don't want to spend the money, and two, the lore seems really, really dense. But I'm sure I'd like it. But Lethal Company, or the Elder Scrolls rather, I'm skipping the Elder Scrolls. Oh no! I love the Elder Scrolls. I should say Oblivion and Skyrim. I've played a little bit of Morrowind, but it just feels too old. I've never been able to, I don't know, adjust to just how... Maybe that's something we can stream in the future. Who knows? Oh, there we go. Oh, no. Oh. I just want to say good luck. Oh, I don't know that we are back. I don't know. I don't think we are yet. I still see, This is such a mess. Ah! Are we back? I don't know. Oh, we are. Okay. Oh, yay! Okay, woohoo! I think we're back. I think we're back. Maybe. This is such a mess. Ah! Oh, we're so back. Oh, we're so back. Oh, it's good. No, I'm glad you like your RTS games. That's great. I do too. I don't know. I play, like, that's probably my go-to, like, just to play something. Like, I'll well, thank you for the follow, 30th Century Homer. Thank you for the follow. No, don't be afraid to talk about what you want. What's streaming? I'm using OBS. Let me turn down the music. That's probably too loud. Yeah, sure. We can talk about it in the Discord or something, which I'll be talking about later. We have a Discord server, yay! But I'll be talking about that later. Anyway, yeah, the Elder Scrolls I think was what I was talking about. But yeah, I like Oblivion. I actually want to do a playthrough of Oblivion at some point, just because I love the voice acting in that game so much that I want to share it with everybody. I'm sure you all are familiar with just how atrocious the voice acting is, but it's so atrocious that it's good. But yeah, and I also like Skyrim, but I don't plan on streaming that. I think that's too, I don't know. I feel like it's too ubiquitous. Not entirely sure. Maybe it would be fun to stream. I don't know. We'll see. Whatever people want. Lethal Company I've had a lot of fun with lately. I have a group of friends that I've been playing it with regularly, and it's in vogue definitely, but it's in vogue for a reason. It's a ton of fun, and I've had so much fun playing Lethal Company with friends, and a lot of laughs and a lot of silly deaths. But Stalker I also enjoy, which all of you who were here for my stream last week, my little proto stream, you all surely know that I enjoy Stalker. So I've only played Call of Pripyat, and what was the other one I have? I can't remember. Shadow of Chernobyl. Call of Pripyat and Shadow of Chernobyl. Shadow of Chernobyl is the first one. But I love those games. I like Pokemon in general, but the Mystery Dungeon titles are probably the ones I play the most frequently. I go back to them all the time. Resident Evil. You know, I've never played Resident Evil. Maybe that would be something to stream. I don't know. I have never played Resident Evil 4 before. I think 4 is the one you're thinking of. That's the one where he's like, where like Leon Kennedy like has like all those weird voice lines, right? Maybe I should play it. I don't know. But yeah, Mystery Dungeon are my favorite Pokemon titles. It's funny, the side game is my favorite. The story is just so good. I don't think there's a time I've made it through Mystery Dungeon and not cried. But yeah, I love Mystery Dungeon. The Fire Emblem series is also another classic for me. That might be the case, Snow Milk Tea. I don't know. Again, like, it was running fine yesterday, so I'm not sure. Yeah, again, I say yesterday. Last week. Yesterday. I wasn't streaming yesterday. And, like, we were fine last week, so I don't know. Oh, no. It's happening again. Again. I think it's an internet issue, because I keep seeing my connection drop. So I'm thinking it's an internet problem, but I don't know. We're just gonna power through. We're just gonna power through. At this point, it's too little, too late. We're knee deep. We're going for it. I have Time, Darkness. I do not have Sky, which I lament. I never got Sky, and now it's impossible to find. I also have Blue Rescue Team. I never had Red Rescue Team, but they're basically the same game, so it doesn't really matter. Which other ones do I have? I have the remake of the first of Blue Red on Switch, and I have Super Mystery Dungeon, as well as the other one that was on 3DS, the one that got panned, Gates to Infinity. I have all of them. So I have all of them except Red Rescue Team and Sky. And by that I mean I either have them downloaded or I have the physical cartridges. None of them are ROMs. I have legitimate copies of all of them. Oh, thank you for coming, Gabriel. Oh, thank you for showing up. It means a lot. But yeah, the Fire Emblem series is another series that I have played since childhood, probably since 2010. I was a Marth main, like, as a little boy. Marth was my main. I was just really good at playing Marth. Like, I say really good. I was terrible. But, like, playing with other 10-year-old boys, I was pretty good as Marth. One day, I remember me and my sister were browsing at GameStop, and, what was I saying? I was browsing at GameStop with my sister. I was like 10, like my parents were there too. But my sister found Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon like in the bargain bin at GameStop. And it was like, that's that guy you play like on Smash Brothers. And I was like, oh yeah, he is. Like, I'll buy it, sure. And so I bought it, and I've been a Fire Emblem fan ever since. I only ever played Shadow Dragon for the longest time because I think it's pretty well known now. Fire Emblem was like really, really bad about localizing their titles overseas until Awakening. So I didn't even play Awakening. I look like a Marth main. Should I take offense to that? I don't know. But yeah, but yeah, I only played Shadow Dragon for the longest time until Awakening came out. And I want to say I didn't even start playing Awakening till like 7-8 months after it released because I didn't even know it came out for a long time. But yeah, I've been a diehard Fire Emblem fan since then. I love... Awakening is probably the game I actually have the most nostalgia for. My favorite title, actually... And I mean, this is nostalgia blindness, but I love the sequel to Shadow Dragon, Fire Emblem Shinmonzu no Nazu, which is a Japanese exclusive title that I was forced to patch into English and play because they never released it anywhere besides Japan. Great, that's my favorite one. But I'm not as big a fan of Three Houses as a lot of people are. I still like it, but it's not my favorite. I actually quite enjoyed Fire Emblem Engage, which seems to be contrary to most Fire Emblem fans' opinions. But I'll play any Fire Emblem game. Throw it at me and I'll play it. Paradox titles are on here. I play way too much Paradox. EU4 is my bread and butter. It's probably the one I'm the best at. I'm not very good at... Like, I'm decent at Hearts of Iron and decent at Crusader Kings, but EU4 as probably my best game. It took me forever to figure out the economy, but once I did, I've played EU4 ever since. It's been my dominant Paradox title. However, I don't plan on streaming those. I don't think that they're very interesting to watch, so I probably won't stream those unless people ask me to, but I do play them. Baldur's Gate 3 is a game I have it for PS5, so I may not be able to stream it, which is in hindsight kind of sad. Like what would be some other strategy RPGs you would think of? I don't know. Like, honestly, my tastes in games are I don't want to say eclectic, but a better word would be sporadic. I don't know. I will play a game from one genre and then not touch any other game from that genre. Stellaris is probably, of all the Paradox titles, CK2 and 3 are probably the easiest to get into from start. EU4 takes a lot of time. Hearts of Iron, you just have to figure out how combat works. And, what would be the, Victoria 2. Victoria 3, I think, is a lot easier, but Victoria 2 required, like, a calculator to figure out. Like, the economy in that game was so complicated. I remember there were rumors in the fandom, I loosely use that term, but there were rumors in the Paradox fandom that the reason why Vicky 2 took like 20 years to get a sequel was because the guy who did the coding for the economy in that game left the company and they couldn't find anybody else who could do it. I want to play Octopath Traveler. I do. I just have never shelled out the money for it. My sister told me that was a really great game. Wuthering Waves is a Genshin clone basically, but it's a fun Genshin clone. Um, Welcome, Father Evan. Thank you for coming. Um, Victoria's, yeah. The second one is. The second game is Victoria 2 is an Excel simulator. The newer one I've heard is a lot easier and a lot more intuitive. But yeah, I also play Fortnite. I don't play it too much, but I probably played it the most, funnily enough, in my novitiate, which is really funny. But yeah, I've played Fortnite too. I like Fortnite, and then Jackbox titles, which I hope to be a mainstay on my channel. When I envision doing this. Oh, thank you for the follow, Happy. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming to my debut. Oh, it's great to see you. Fortnite 2. Is there a Fortnite 2? I don't think so. I don't think they ever will be. But Jackbox I hope to be a mainstay of my channel. I really hope that I want to have a Jackbox night once a week or something like that, if I can manage it with my grad school and all that. But I really hope Jackbox becomes a mainstay. So those are all the games I included here. Again, I don't make any guarantees about whether these will be I won't make any guarantees about whether these will be streamed or not. I'm not sure. You can always make recommendations. I'm definitely not afraid of trying new games. So yell at me, tell me to play a game, and I probably will. So lore. This is every VTuber's favorite thing, right? Lore. So I had a unique idea for lore, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna stick to it, but grad school simulator. Yeah, lore. I had a really weird idea when I did this. I was like, I'm gonna do all my lore as actual handwritten diary entries. Like I'm gonna post them to my Discord server, and I will write a transcript so that people can read my doctor's handwriting. But I really wanted to write them all as handwritten diary entries. So I'm gonna carry with that for now. I'm not sure. Yeah, send your emails. Don't neglect them. I postpone on that stuff way too often. Yeah. I plan on doing lore this way, so we'll see if I stick to it. I might not. I don't know. We'll see if it gets like way too taxing. I don't know how often I'll be uploading them either. I make no promises, but I'm lore. But yeah, that's how I want to do it. Is by handwritten diary entries. So we'll see if I stick to it. I have a dedicated journal for them. I have a dedicated fountain pen for them too. Ooh, but that is my current objective as far as lore goes. This is the first one. I should say, no. Okay. Maybe we're back? I can't tell. Maybe we're coming back? Okay. I see, like, there's a bar on my Lore of the Rings, because you're gonna have to wring your hands after all that handwriting. This is where everybody redeems the, what is it? I just want to tell you, we're all counting on you. Oh my gosh. I just want to say good luck. We're all counting on you. Oh, okay, we're back. We're so back. We're so back. We got the bars. We got the internet. We got it. Okay. I think. I see it's back. Okay. Um, please tell me it's back. Please, please, please tell me it's back. I did not expect this much scuff. I'm so embarrassed. Like, all the people who were gonna watch the VOD are gonna know, they're not gonna know what to do. But for no, we're barely still in the air. We're barely still in the air, Gabriel. We're this brick is hardly flying. But yes, I see my lore is being compared to Hal's. Mine is not nearly as in-depth, and it will primarily be telling the story of Clavier's life. So, I want it to be about his turn from, he was initially like, I don't know, it'll be about, the journals will explain, but his turn from largely vanity and pursuit of music as a means to an end, and for in a magic setting too, but to desiring to shift his focus to the importance of gifting that to others. And I don't know, it's very cheesy, very, very cheesy. Maybe I'll change it, but yeah, I don't know. I'm very proud of what I've had so far. So oh, is it back? Was it gone that whole time? Did I just say all that to nobody? Did I look like an idiot just talking to myself? I don't know. This is so embarrassing. But anyway, that's about all I have to say about lore right now. You can actually find this page of lore on my Twitter. Dear Father Procurator. That's all I've been doing. Yeah, this page though is on my Twitter. If you want to dig through the media page on my my Twitter, you can find this page and read it yourself if you want to zoom in on it. I plan on getting them in more high quality format than just a photograph like this. Unfortunately, this was all I had to put together for this because, like I said, I am currently away. I am not where I normally live. I am currently doing pastoral work, so I am away from home, and I do not have my lore journal, so this is what I had for the slide. But you can find this on my Twitter, and you can read it for yourself. All of them are diary entries written by Clavier, by me, and I hope you enjoy them. I hope this is a fun way to do lore. So, credit, yay, we made it to the end. Wow, look at that, 2 hours. I was right. I was like, it was gonna take maybe about 2 hours, and surely enough, it did. So, big thanks to all the people who made this possible. Kizo22 for my model and rigging it. Awesome guy. Oh, welcome, Ingriel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my debut. But yeah, credits. Thank you so much to Kizuo for my model and my rigging. He did a great job. Again, like I said, there's not a lot of bells and whistles. It's not like it's pretty bare bones as far as Live 2D goes. But I'm very proud of what I have, and I think it turned out really nice. I've received a lot of compliments, so I hope people think that it's a good. I hope people like it. Liquid GTX did my artwork and overlays, so big thanks to her. I really love my overlays. I love the stingers. It's all come out so well. I don't know. I'm overjoyed. Kikumart did my logo, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner over here. And I wanted to personally thank Hal and Junie for helping me figure out how to run OBS, how to make this all work. I would not be able to do this. I wouldn't have been able to stream last week either if they had not swooped in and helped me figure all this out. So I'm really thankful to everybody who put time and energy into making this possible. Like I said, this has been like 6 months in the works. So I'm incredibly, I don't know. I'm just so grateful for everyone's generosity of time, talent, and treasure. It made this whole thing possible. So thank you all so much. And for all of you who've shown up to the stream, for my two raiders, P-Tony and who was my other raider? I can't believe I've forgotten her name. Tearberry, both of whom have raided. Thank you guys so much. I mean, that was incredible. And Terberry did it like at like my 5th crash in a row, so that was really helpful. That made me feel a lot better. And also, once again, I mean to do this earlier. If you can, currently, my friend Elio Icario is currently doing his. He debuted this date last year, and he is doing his debut stream, right? Or not a debut, but his anniversary of his debut stream, and he's watching his old debut right now. So and making fun of it. So give him a follow. If you want to, I hope you stick around here, but you should definitely tune into his stream too. But we are gonna keep going. I'm gonna take a break here to use the bathroom and maybe eat a piece of pizza. But I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, and we will move on to the game, our very first game together. We're gonna be playing Steve Jackson's Sorcery, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm really excited. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And I look forward to playing with you guys in a second. But in the meantime, I am going to be right back. See you guys. Okay, that took a lot less time than I thought it would. So, fun fact, or I don't know, fun fact, an interesting fact. I was telling people this earlier at the beginning of stream, which now is like 2 hours ago, which is crazy. But my parents unexpectedly came to visit me the other day, or yesterday, and they were here today, and they brought me these, like basically MRE pizzas. and they're like these little prepackaged like apocalypse food pizzas. And so, no, I did wash my. I never forget to wash my hands. Like these little like apocalypse like like don't expire for like 7 years pizzas, and I have no idea how this is gonna taste, but this is my dinner now, so. Okay, that's really weird. Shelf-stable pepperoni pizza with cheese and sauce. I mean, it tastes vaguely like a pepperoni pizza. I mean, well, I wish it was hot. It's a really interesting thing. Individually wrapped, like shelf-stable survival pepperoni pizzas. I don't know. It's like an MRE pizza. Like, it's not bad, but it's very strange. This is really weird. It's like on, I don't know what you would call this, like a piece of flatbread too. Like a really soft piece of flatbread. It's kind of nice though. I mean, I have a second one. They gave me two, so. This is so weird. It's not disappointing, it's just... I mean, I didn't expect anything better than this. It's like... I don't know, it's just weird. Like, I don't really know what I could have expected from a shelf-stable MRE pizza. Let me get the game started here. This took forever to get it to work too. I had to like run it in so many different ways. This one just did not want to cooperate. Let me see here. Oh, enjoy your cake. Let's see here. Ooh. No, it didn't betray me. But, oh, let's go. Ah! We're still gonna have the slides from the PowerPoint up. Okay. Let's see here. Oh. Okay. Yay! Okay. I can make it work. I think. Maybe. Let's see here. Oh! Yeah! Woohoo! Okay. Yay! Okay. Let me finish my little MRE pizza here, and then we can dive right in. Oh, I totally forgot to advertise the Discord server. It looks like people joined, so some people know it exists at least. I need to do a better job of plugging that. I think I have a Discord command in the chat. Let me see. For those of you who are still around. Discord. Yay! Okay. That's like the one Stream Elements thing I was able to figure out on my own. All right. Here we go. Steve Jackson's Sorcery Part 1, The Shamutanti Hills. You have walked into the wilds of Kakrabad, through Kare and the spiteful Boklands, all the way into Mampong, and have survived traps, thieves, serpents, and vengeful gods. And now, it is here. Oh my gosh, I gotta turn it down. It's really loud. Ha ha! Alright. The Crown of Kings! It is said the crown was never forged, only found, by Chalana the Reformer, a lowly foot soldier who became emperor of the Eastern world. Such is the power of the crown. The air around it crackles with influence. Take it, or wait. The crown sits unguarded on a pedestal of light. After so many hardships, can it really be so simple? Or is this yet another deception? Sure enough, as soon as you think it, the image of the crown begins to flicker. You turn about to see something approaching. It's a trap! And you startle yourself awake. You were alone, exhausted, in the little hut on the outpost settlement. Your unimaginable journey is not even a single step begun. Inkle presents Steve Jackson's Sorcery. It is sunrise. You dress, breakfast on bread and goat's milk, and collect the pack and sword from beside your bed. Let us test the blade. You pause to test the blade against your thumb. The blacksmith is done well. Its edge is keen and draws a narrow line of blood. Outside the hut, you hear the outpost settlement stirring to life. We pray for luck. Taking a moment more, you close your eyes and raise a prayer to your spirit guide. This morning, it has the form of a panther, but what will it become once your journey truly begins? A great calm descends upon you. It is time, then, to depart. You lift back the flap of the hut and step into the early morning sunshine. Eyes follow you as you leave the hut and walk towards the great Shamutanti wall. The frontiers people of this tiny settlement are well aware of your mission. I think we should greet them. Don't you? Yeah, I think it would be better to greet them. Probably don't want to make enemies right off the bat. Oh, wait, I ignored them. Oh, well, look, let them look. When they next see you, I clicked on the wrong one. Whoops! Let them look. When they next see your face, you will be celebrating the triumphant return of a hero. A man is waiting on the path to Kantaponi Gate, the final doorway between Analand and the wilds of Kakrabad. You recognize the sergeant of the Sightmaster warriors. He holds out his hand. Greetings, Sergeant. He touches his forehead with 2 fingers. You are almost ready, he says. I have for you a gift from the king. 24 gold pieces. It is all we can spare this time. He holds out a pouch. Take it. You accept the gift graciously. Thank you. You should buy some supplies before you pass the wall, the sergeant says. And you must collect your spellbook if you wish magic to aid you. Finally, should you wish to practice your swordplay, I will go one last round with you. He points with his staff towards the training ground. Well, we should probably get the spellbook first, I should think. That's probably the wisest idea. One of the huts, set slightly back from the others, is decorated with glyphs and strange symbols. A terrible smell emanates from its doorway. This is the hut of the chief mage. He's been preparing your spellbook for days, reading star charts to work out which spells will be available to you in the different locations in the hills and beyond. Go inside. You lift the flap and go inside. The mage looks at you with haggard, sleepless eyes and presses the book into your hands. Do you understand how to use this? He asks. Tell me. Each spell is crafted through the alignment of 3 stars, he begins. The spell Zap, for example, is made by aligning Zarathustra, Aegis, and Peony. But that is not important. What matters is what the spell is called and what it does. Zap will give you control over lightning. Hot will create a fireball. Foff will create a force field around you. Shall I continue? I've heard enough. He scratches absently at his ear. Remember, some spells will cost you effort to use, but the ones that don't will not work without a focus. An item of some kind. You will need to read the book to know what. Research magic. Okay, we can research magic using the spellbook button. That's good. Eat the spellbook. I don't know that I want to do that. I think that's why I need to buy rations, right? So that I don't have to do that. Small traders in the settlement supply the Sightmaster warriors with weapons, armor, food, and clothing. You go over with the sergeant to a stall selling flatbreads and cheese. 2 gold pieces per ration, the owner says. Let's haggle. Let's see. Do you know who I am? I'm Annalyn's great hero, you tell him. The man looks uncomfortable. I know that. I've a family to feed today, whatever happens to the crown. Oh, thank you. I should do that. That's a good idea. There we go. Oh, let's see. How much money? Okay, about 20 gold, 24 gold, and they're $2 a pop. I think 2 is fine. You hand over your coins, and the man places 2 rations carefully into your pack. You must be sure you eat every day or you will suffer. Oh, this is the sergeant, pardon me. You must be sure you eat every day or you will suffer, the sergeant tells you, standing at your side. Eating more will give you extra strength, but it is not necessary. The training grounds. You walk with the sergeant to the training ground, and he wraps the base of his staff in leather. Ready my sword. To begin, the sergeant says, we will practice the stances. First, defend yourself against me. Okay, I guess. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know how this works, I think. It's been a while since I've played, but yeah, okay. The Sightmaster is a powerful enemy. By defending, you will receive the minimum damage from any attack he makes. The Sightmaster Sergeant chooses a strong attack. You turn it away with minimum impact. I will now defend myself, he says. Whatever attack you play will damage me, but a strong attack will use up more power. You should choose a weak attack. To select a weak attack, move your character small distance. Jab. You swing with a weak attack, rushing for the Sightmaster Sergeant, who is defending. Good choice. A stronger attack would have wasted more of your power. I will defend myself again. You play a low attack, overpowering the Sightmaster Sergeant again, who raises his defense. My next attack will be of medium strength, he declares.
but you will be able to overpower me.
Okay, let's go 5, I think. Oh, that was more than enough. You make a medium attack, injuring the Sightmaster Sergeant once more. He bows.
You have finished me. Excellent.
1 stamina loss, skilled swordplay. Okay.
You seem to remember the basics.
The sergeant says, breathlessly.
Good. Another round?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Ready your guard.
Okay. Oh, wow, okay, that was a good move. Okay. Medium strength. Okay, let's go for 5 again. Oh, that was just enough. Okay. My next attack will be weak. Let's go for 4, and that's that. Yay! Enough training. You shake your head.
Very good,
the sergeant agrees.
But if you wish a bout in earnest, then I warn you, I will not go easy on you.
He indicates the wider yard where there is space for a true match. Yeah, let's fight in the yard. Let's beat this guy. You head over to the yard to practice a bout of real fighting. The sergeant removes the cloth padding from the base of his staff. Unsheath my sword.
This time I will not tell you my intentions, he says. You will have to read them for yourself. Be ready.
Okay. Is that too far? He might go strong though. I'm gonna defend. Oh, I could have overpowered that. The Sightmaster smiles at you, raising his staff in salute, and takes his position. You drop into a defensive crouch immediately. The Sightmaster is not to be trifled with. The Sightmaster Sergeant comes in with a tough blow, balancing his strength and his impact. You escape mostly uninjured. He shifts his grip to hold his staff more loosely. He seems to be preparing a simple jab. A chance to overpower him, perhaps? A side swipe? Oh, perfect. Time to attack. You swing your sword fast, in towards his chest, but his own move is fast and careful, and he is able to parry the very worst of the strike. You see his grip change on the heel of his staff as he readies himself to strike again. We should have more than enough to overpower him then. Oh no! 1 away. In the next moment, the Sightmaster Sergeant is charging for you. Your own stroke is overpowered. His own blow is of medium force, but enough to knock you reeling. The impact catches you on the side. A mutter goes through the crowd.
The king is truly weak to send such a champion.
Their words spur you on, to stand once more and narrow your eyes at the Sightmaster. He feints to the left. I'm gonna go for something weak. Oh, and that was a mistake too. Well, I am not doing so well. The sergeant's light, stinging jab makes mockery of your own attempts at swordplay. He loosens his staff grip. Well, that was probably too much. That was overkill. Acting quickly, you rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, but his own defensive strike is defensive, and he turns away some of the force of your blow. The Sightmaster shakes his head.
Not bad,
he grunts, clearly weakening. His eyes follow your shoulders. He is probably about to defend himself. You realize a strong hit would be wasteful now. Cleverly, you read his intent and attack lightly, saving your energy while still wounding him. His own weapon is raised in defense. He grimaces with some effort. His breath begins to heave. He is struggling to stay upright. You see his arm grow tense. He is readying for a strong attack. Oh geez, that was not enough. I thought that might have been enough. Then the Sightmaster Sergeant is charging for you. You attempt a strong bow only to be outclassed as his swing lands. The impact of his hit is hard and sends you tumbling across the dirt. From the sidelines, the people of the settlement watch with gathering despair. A thin, grim expression crosses his face. Oh man. I just want to end it. I just want to end it. He keeps the pressure up on you. Your attempt to fight back is knocked aside. His own strike is measured, but more than enough to send you backwards. The Sightmaster has injured you badly. The Sightmaster Sergeant spins the staff in his hand once again, then back again, sweeping through the air with a swish and a clatter. He dodges to the right. Shameful! Yeah, we're gonna do that again, I think. Let's go for this one more time. Let's do it right this time, right, guys? I've already made enough of a fool of myself. Alright. Oh, he went for like a 4.0 or something last time. Let's go for a 5.2, maybe? Yeah, okay, that was good. The Sightmaster smiles at you, raising his staff in salute, and takes his position. You rush him quickly, conserving your energy while still delivering great power behind your blade. The Sightmaster Sergeant comes in with a tough blow, balancing his strength and his impact. But he has misjudged your strength, and you knock him back. You see his arm grow tense. He is readying for a strong attack. I better just defend. You drop yourself to a crouch as he powers forward with a cry. It only tires him out. You escape mostly uninjured. Oh my goodness, he had enough to go for that? In the next moment, the Sightmaster Sergeant is rushing in for you. With your blade close, you are ready to parry. His own blow is measured, but enough to knock you reeling. The impact catches you in the ribs. A mutter goes through the... so they mock me again. They mock me! Time to attack. I'm gonna skip through the rest of this dialogue until I beat this guy. A simple jab. Let's go 2.4. Okay. Okay, that was good. He feints to the left. Let's go all out. Yeah! That was what, 3 stamina lost? Decent dueling. The Sightmaster Sergeant is ready to leap behind the cover of a nearby hut as you come at him again. It is enough to finish him. The Sightmaster throws down his staff.
You have me,
he declares with a grin. The Sergeant is gasping for breath. He bows to you once more.
Very good,
he nods.
Though you will need to protect yourself better out there.
As he talks, a nearby healer arrives with hurries over with a salve, and your health and the Sergeant's is quickly restored. That's good, at least I'm not stuck with losing health. You reach the foot of the mighty gate. It is sealed. The Sergeant places one hand on the wood.
The gate has been locked for some time to deter raiders, he tells you, but you will have no difficulty. The stars in this place allow the dop spell to be crafted.
And he stands back. Alright. One of my favorite aspects of this game, actually, is that they use Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis, which, if you remember, or you've probably been hearing this whole time, is the music I use as my background. So, it's the theme they use for the magic in this game. Hi, Happy! This is Steve Jackson's Sorcery. It is a kind of like a narrative game that plays through, again, like it's kind of like an adventure novel where you have reading here, and then choices, and you can like guide the main character through paths different ways. It's a really fun game. I've played it before, but I've never beaten it, and it was a long time. It's been a long time since I last touched it. But yeah, I plan on I want to do this whole. I want this to be my first game. I want to try to complete it finally. I've never done it before, so I want to complete it on stream. I hope to stream it coming forward. So I hope everyone enjoys it. And it gives me an opportunity to kind of do some, I don't know, like really amateur voice acting. So you weave the spell. One by one, the great tumblers of the door begin to creak and groan. Then the hinges turn with a noise like hail on a canvas roof.
The gates have not opened since our last champion was lost, the sergeant says. I wish you more luck than he. Perhaps you shall even meet him on your travels.
I'm sure he's dead. If I overtake him, then he is too slow, or that does not concern me. All of these are very pessimistic. That does not concern me, I guess. That does not concern me. The sergeant nods.
Very well.
Alright, out we go. Out into the wild blue yonder. Together, you step into the shadow of the wall.
One last word, he declares. When you have the crown, find the highest point you can find. We will be watching.
I understand.
I will not wish you a safe journey to Carré, for the way ahead will not be safe, the sergeant murmurs, as he peers into the distance through the open gate. The Sightmaster warriors are selected from birth for their incredible powers to telescopic vision. You cannot help but wonder how far he can see. Tell me what lies ahead. This path leads first to Cantapani, a settlement of traders, though most are rogues and thieves. You should be there before the sun has reached its peak. From there, 3 routes lead on to Cristatanti, but no single route is safe. Kakrabad is a land of devils.
And beyond Carré?
I cannot see so far, he says. But once you have crossed the city port of traps, you will enter into the backlands. They say that day and night there are controlled by forces other than the sun, and from Carré, too, your progress will be watched. It is time to go. Striding away, you pass through the great gate. The faces of the folk watching your departure reveal the hopes that rest upon you and on your quest. In the early morning air is crisp, and the rising sun paints the slopes in shades of peaceful beauty, concealing the evil that lies ahead. Into Kakrabad. The path winds through slopes of a wild scrubland. The countryside is deserted, and the eerie silence is broken only by the cawing of the occasional crow. There is a spell for hearing what they say, but you do not have the equipment it requires. The birds appear to pause in the air and examine you as they pass. They make you uneasy, as if you were an intruder in their presence. Let's keep walking. Barely an hour beyond the wall, and the air begins to grow foul. The Shamutanti hills are infested with the pestilence of the backlands. It saps the energy from your body, leaving you feeling nauseous and weak. Suppose, I don't know, will covering my mouth help? You cover your mouth with your neck scarf, but it does no good. They warned you of this. You will grow accustomed to it the longer you are out here, but for the moment, you must be very careful. Your maximum stamina has just decreased. You can see that your stamina on the top of the screen. If this reaches 0, you'll be too tired to carry on. Stamina can be regained up to the maximum by eating rations or resting. Wow, so it literally halved our stamina. I forgot about that. Okay, so here's where we can finally start to kind of examine the whole map. So this is the whole map of this first title, and this game contains the first 2 of the 4. This is I think this one is called the Shamutanti Hills, so you can see it right there. So our goal, just to explain the whole game, beside it being choice driven, is we want to get through all the way to Carré, which is the city port of traps where the second game takes place. This game has a lot of different functions. One of the most important ones being that I control the main character. I get to pick which path he takes. I get to pick what he says to other people too, and that affects my choices. But if I don't like a choice that I've made, and I think that the consequences are too dire, I can press this button here, and I can rewind as far back as I want. And I can remake choices and make different outcomes for I think his name is the Analander, but for our hero here. Other things that involve the other aspects of the game are your spirit. Sometimes they can be gods too. It's not letting me click on it, but sometimes you can examine it. Maybe. Let's see, maybe he's under items. Here's where you get hit with that music. I need to make sure it's probably too loud. It's rewind. But yeah, you have your collection of rations, so you can see how much food you have. Weapons, so you start with just a basic sword. Treasures, which right now all I have are my gold. And then your spell book, which contains a list of all the spells I can cast and like what is required to cast them. It's like some of these spells, like right here, Raz requires a piece of beeswax to use. Jig requires a bamboo flute. Gob requires a goblin's tooth. So these spells I can't cast without collecting these treasures, which I can find along the journey. And so in the meantime, there are some basic spells that I can cast, which are simpler, and instead of taking a thing from me or like an object like those spells do, like the Goblin's Tooth or the Beeswax, they take my health instead. So you have to be careful, I have to be careful rather, about when and where I cast my spells and for what. So I can use the one for combat, but maybe using that spell for combat is actually going to take more health away from me than I might have lost in actually fighting the battle itself. So I have to be mindful of how I do it all, and I hope to make wise decisions. So we'll see. We shall see. All right. So our first choice, we can cross the Cantopani Gate and travel cross country, or we can continue down the low rise on the road.
I think it might be good to go to the town, although he said that there were thieves there, but I don't know. Wandering so far off the road so quickly sounds like a recipe for destruction. I'm gonna go down the low rise, and let's see what happens. Another hour passes, and you crest a small hillock, from the top of which you can see the path continuing downwards into a small settlement of huts. This must be Cantapani. Let's see, look at the village. From this distance, it's hard to make out much about the town except that it must be desperately poor. The fields on either side are brown and caked with mud, and the few penned animals are thin and wizened like thirsty vines. No wonder the Sightmaster warriors don't trouble themselves to protect this place. There is nothing here to protect. So I can avoid the village, or I can go through. I don't see any problem with going in. I think there's probably more to gain from being around other people than being in the middle of nowhere. Of course, you cannot handle a town like Cantapani. If you cannot handle a town like Cantapani, then you should not hope to survive in Kakrabad proper. You follow the path into the town. The round huts are made of hard-baked bright clay, and the roofs are thinly thatched. As you pass, the eyes appear dark doorways, tracking your every move. For a moment you think they will allow you to pass unchallenged, but then a villager appears from one of the dwellings and blocks your path. Well, I don't have any reason to be too afraid yet. Let's just take a look. He is 5 feet tall. They cannot grow much taller out here, in this poisonous air. Pardon me. He has thick-set arms and thighs and is half-clothed in tattered breeches. His eyes are wild, and his long red hair and beard stand out from his face in a wiry tangle. "Halt, stranger!" he commands. "What business have you in Cantapani?" Let's see. Let's buy equipment, maybe. I want to buy equipment. He grunts, but you can see that he is pleased. With emotion, he encourages you to follow, taking you through the village to a large hut. A storage house. Inside, you find that the building is a storage house. A quartermaster, somewhat plumper than your guide, is seated at the table. Wait to be introduced. "This man is here to do business," the villager explains. "Get out of here, flea," the fat man replies, getting up from his seat to hustle the villager out. Then he turns to you with a smile and beckons you to sit. "Greetings, stranger," he purrs. "Shall I show you my wares?" "Do you treat your customers so roughly? As your neighbours?" you ask, unimpressed by his attitude towards the poor villager. "Oh, he'll get his commission," the fat man replies gruffly. "If you buy." "Then show me what you have." The man wags a finger. "Wait there." Let's search the room. When the man is out of sight, you quickly rifle the nearby shelves, finding nothing except a small vial of potion. Oh, do I steal it? Oh, should I steal it, guys? Oh, I don't know. My first moral dilemma here. I am the hero, right? I shouldn't steal it, but maybe he won't even sell it to me. Who knows? Maybe he's trying to hustle me too. I don't know. Oh, hey Tress, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm sorry you missed the PowerPoint, but I know you were streaming as well, so it's great to see you though. Welcome. Yeah, we've already made it. We've only been playing Sorcery for about 20 minutes now, but yeah, welcome in. I hope you can stay some time. It's great to see you. Oh, you have no idea. There's gonna be like 12 VODs. My stream crashed like 5 times. It was crazy. I hope to be able to organize them into some cohesive single video. I don't know what was going on, because my stream last week was like perfect and there were no problems, and then today it's crashed like 5 times, and I don't know what's wrong, but it seems to be fine now. At least since I booted up the game, there haven't been any crashes, so everything seems to be fine now. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, I'll stitch them together. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. Yeah, we'll make it work. But now I have to decide whether I want to steal the potion. Let's see here. Oh, I don't. I want to take it, but I don't want to. I don't want to be a bad guy. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I would show you the PowerPoint if I didn't already have this going. Actually, I think I still have it running. Here, wait. Oop, oop. There's my credit. So just to show you. But yeah, it was Liquid GTX did a phenomenal job with my overlay, and I don't know, my model too. It's very simple, but I'm really proud of what my model looks like and how it came out. There's not a lot of bells and whistles. There's no alternate outfits or fancy add-ons, but I love what I have. So, but yeah, back to the game. You leave it where it is. There is no way of telling what the vial might contain, after all. The merchant returns, carrying a large box. For you, he declares, moving his hands as he speaks. You've come to the right place. This collection, it's the very best. Our most strange and interesting artifacts. Are collected from the other travellers who have come this way. He begins to lay the items out in front of you, treating each with great care. You have 20 gold pieces to spend, but is there anything here you want to buy? I know the pipe lets me play a spell. Let me check, actually. Let me check my spell book here. There is a spell that requires... Oh, I have to turn on... The music is so loud. I have to remember to do that every time. But there is a spell that requires the flute. There it is. Jig. When cast, the recipient will get an uncontrollable urge to dance. The caster can make any creature dance merry jigs by playing a small bamboo flute, thereby exhausting a creature or providing time to escape. Okay. So the flute might be useful. Now let me turn it back up. I love that song, but... And it is my background music, but oh my goodness, is it loud. Okay. Let's look at the pipe. You pick up the bamboo pipe off the table, carved with a split reed and 6-finger holes. 3 gold pieces, the merchant says. I can't promise you that it has any magic, but it might well cheer you up at night. Let's play it first. You place the pipe to your lips and blow a few clear, sweet notes. The merchant nods. It's a well-made little thing, don't you agree? I'll buy it. Yeah, sure. You hand him 3 gold pieces, and he thanks you with a nod. You place the pipe into your bag. Please, the merchant says. Something else today? You still have 17 gold pieces to spend. A jewel, a leather bag. What would the bag be? You lift a bag from the table, and its contents rattle. Teeth, the merchant replies, showing his own a little. Finest creature teeth. Only 3 gold pieces, too. What kinds of creature? You ask. Goblins, giants, or mole rats? All sorts, the merchant replies. I couldn't tell you myself, I'm no expert, but there's 10 or 12 in there. For 3 gold pieces, well, it's a good price. I won't buy teeth without seeing them. Are you trying to trick me? I don't know. Do I want teeth? The goblin teeth I know can be used to, like, summon goblins, but I don't think no, I'm not gonna buy that. I won't buy the teeth without seeing them. Then you won't buy them, the merchant replies, taking the bag back and placing it under his counter. Unless... No, I'm not buying them. You put the bag back down, somewhat disgusted. Very good, the merchant says, patting his money pouch. You are a man of good judgment. I see that. What else? Let's check out the weapon. What weapons do you have? Yeah, I hope not. I think he was gonna hoodwink me, but I don't know. I didn't trust those teeth, especially because he wouldn't show them to me. The merchant looks at you carefully, sizing up what kind of customer you are. The kind to place a newly bought dagger against his neck, or the kind to tip him for the quality of the blade. But however fearsome your aspect, his love of gold overcomes all other concerns. Heading quickly to the other side of the shop, he returns with a weighty broadsword and an axe. These are both treasures, as well as deadly weapons of war. I'm sure you will agree. Let's see, look at the broadsword. You lift the broadsword. It has a ready weight, and the cutting edge is sharp. It has clearly been honed by a master craftsman.
An exquisite blade, don't you think? The merchant grins. Only 8 gold pieces. Too much. You place the broadsword on the tabletop. It is not the blade for me, you explain. Please. The merchant waves a hand. Keep looking, take your time. The axe? You lift the axe from the table. The head is carved with symbols in a familiar language, but the quality of the shaft and head indicate that the axe is well used and may not last for many more battles. 7 gold pieces, declares the merchant. You can try to haggle him. Let's see. That price is too high for this, you reply. I will give you 5. The merchant stiffens. You insult me. 5 gold pieces for this? This axe is as ancient as it is powerful. This is an axe of legend, which appears in many tales. To propose such a price is to show your ignorance. I will not sell this axe to you. Not, he adds quickly, for any less than 9 gold pieces. Yeah, no, I'm not buying it. I will not take it. The merchant nods, then begins to pack his box away once more. I must say something for my next customer, he replies with a smile. But perhaps he will return this way, and it will be you. You get to your feet and take your leave of the merchant. Just outside the doorway in the sunshine, you pause to examine what you have acquired. Let's move out of the village. You head out of Cantapani and alongside the road, the path to the Shamatonti Hills. I half expected to get, like, ambushed walking out of there. I did not trust that man at all. Passing the outlying huts, you feel strangely uneasy. Hissings from within and sly faces disappearing from doorways make you feel decidedly unwelcome. Then, at the edge of town, you pass a large boulder, and at once 2 rough-cut villagers spring out with swords drawn. Bandits. 2 against 1, the first declares. You're lost, calls the other. So hand over your things, come on. Deal with these curs, reason with them, or I'm going to try to reason with them, let's see. I don't want any trouble, you declare. The first bandit edges forward, a sword tickling at your chest. Running you through? No trouble at all. The pack. Defend myself. You draw yourself to your full height. You have mistaken me for someone else, you declare. I would like to give you a moment to reconsider, because I will kill you if I have to. The bandits growl and advance on you, one on either side. The first bandit closes on you, cackling and grinning. Time to put this creature in its place. Oh, whoops, whoopsie. I did something. Ah. Alright. Okay, so this guy can't attack any more powerful than I can. But I also can't read his movements, so... Of course, I can retry this if it goes foul, but I don't want to waste needless time doing that, so... Let's go for something stronger. I have a feeling he's gonna try to go for something strong. Let's give this a try. I don't know. I feel like this is the best option. Okay, that was smart. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I finished him off in 1 move. Wow. You should have made things easier for yourself. The bandit goads. You go straight up for his throat, knocking him back hard. The smile on his face splits into a cry. The bandit gasps his last as you run him through. No stamina lost for all this fighting. Oh, thank you, Tress. I've been told I do a decent job. I hope it's not terrible. I know a lot of people get it bad, so I don't know. I hope it's been okay. I hope it's not unbearable. I hope it's not, like, I don't know, irritating or grating. If you want me to stop, I will. I can definitely narrate in a different voice. Meantime, I will wait. Ah! No! What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, it's back. It's back. Okay. The second bandit takes one look at his dead colleague and turns and makes a run for it. I feel like chasing him would be brutal, but I don't know, maybe he has something that I need. I'm gonna chase him. You immediately give chase. He will not get away so easily after trying to rob you. After a few minutes of scrambling between rocks, you have him cornered. You draw your sword and grin maliciously. The second bandit cries out, but is ready to fight if he must. Wow, they made me sound terrible. Wow, I sound horrible. Holy cow! Oh shoot, I'm paying for it too. The death of his friend seems to send the second bandit flying into a rage. He starts to scream wildly as he hurtles forward. You raise your own sword for a brutal attack, but there is real strength behind his flailing. You stagger backwards, clutching at the bleeding wound. The bandit shifts his grip on his sword. Well, I feel like he's gonna keep flailing, so... 3. He looks down at his friend's body, and you seize the moment to strike, and swing with expert precision and all of your strength. His own half-hearted blow is knocked away. The bandit can barely find his balance. The bandit steps back. I should do it then. Yeah, I don't want... I'm gonna do that again. I think that was too brutal. That was a lot of health. Okay, now I know. At least I can pump it up to 11 here. There we go. The death of his friend seems to send the second bandit flying into a rage. He starts to scream wildly as he hurtles forward. You raise your own sword for a brutal attack and knock him onto the floor. The bandit can barely find his balance. The bandit shifts his grip on his sword. Now let's finish him off. You keep up the pressure and swing with expert precision and all of your strength. Your strike is more than the bandit can take. He falls to the ground, quite dead. Alright. The fight is over. You clean your weapon and regain your breath. I should bury them. You take a half hour to bury their bodies in the light dirt of the foothills. They were human after all, even if they chose to act like beasts. With the work done, and sweating and tired from it, you set off again. After about a half an hour, the way becomes an uphill incline. Well, we finally get to leave the village. Leaving Cantapani behind marks the true start of the wilderness. Beyond that tiny outpost, there are scattered homesteads and Carré, a thriving city port, but all are touched by cruelty, isolation, and fear. The backlands and the long shadow cast by Mampag Fortress darken everything. And with the crown gone, and with the crown stolen, things can only grow worse. In the long years since Chalana, the reformer founded the Alliance, the crown had been passed from kingdom to kingdom every 4 years, ensuring that each one had its turn to lead. But no more. Ruddleston, Lindeland, Galantaria, and Bryce have all enjoyed its power, but not Analand. But when the crown came to Analand, it was stolen by birdmen from Salmon and carried off to Mampag. With the crown, the Archmage will be unstoppably powerful. There is no chance of sending an army against him. A military force would not survive the journey. So here you are, a lone hero, walking the long path to Mampag alone. 5 minutes later, you reach a fork in the road. The sergeant, for all his eyesight, hadn't mentioned this. Oh, alright. The road splits along the base of a gigantic tree, but does not rejoin on the other side. The left path winds down into a valley, and the right rises up a slope towards the first thick forest of the hills. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Look left. You pause to consider the lower route. There is a river here, and the path follows the left bank. It is a safer route, secluded and protected, but the curve of the landscape would mean you were almost backtracking. And on the other side? It's hard to see much further uphill. The forest is sudden and thick, and the path narrow. It may be hard going in that direction, but the hills will involve a lot of climbing eventually, and you might get a decent view of the next leg from the top of the ridge. You're about to make your choice when you hear a faint cry from somewhere close at hand. Look around? You look around, then finally up into the branches of the tree. A pair of wizened, calloused feet are dangling down over your head. About to drop on you, perhaps? Throw something into the tree? That sounds a little cruel. How about we ask who's there? Who's there? You call. The voice cries again, a little more boldly this time. Up here! Help! Help! I can't get down! It's the voice of a feeble, wiry old man. Stepping back a little, you can see him clearly, as thin as sticks and dressed in dirt rags. What are you hiding from? How the old man got up into the tree is a puzzle. He must have been escaping someone fearsome to climb so high. Damned Elvins, he replied. I were travelling from the Dumpins to the outpost settlement in Analand, but I were waylaid by Elvins. Robbed me blind, all but took me eyes. and left me up the tree. I kept getting older, you see. We all do, but some worse than others. Climbed up, but now I'm too old to get back down.
I guess I should help him out of the tree then.
Swinging yourself onto the lowest branch of the tree, you reach up and grab the old man by the waist. He is as light as a leaf, and within a moment you have lifted him to the ground.
Oh, thanks for that, he remarks, brushing himself down and almost knocking himself over in the process. I was just starting to get a bit, perturbed, but I'm on the safe now.
He seems remarkably confident, considering that the slightest stumble might break him into bits.
What will you do now?
What will you do now, you ask?
Keep going for Analand, he says.
That's where I set off from. A while back now. You wouldn't believe the story if I told you. Suffice to say, though, if I know me eyes from me ears, you're heading to Mumpang, and you'd better be smarter than I was. And here. He presses a page into your hand. It is a page, torn from a spellbook.
This might be of some use to you.
I found this. Just found it, mind, and don't go asking how. But it's no good to me anymore.
I don't know, guys. Should we take it? Maybe it's a bad token. Maybe that's what turned him old. I don't know. I guess we'll take it.
You take the page and thank him. The man falls quiet and squats down on the ground. With his jabbering done, you hear a buzzing sound from high up the tree. A beehive.
Do I wanna play with some bees? I don't know. That sounds like a not great idea, but let's see. Let's check out the bees. I hope we don't have a Nick Cage moment.
Leaving the old man sighing with gratitude on the ground, you climb up through the branches of a tall tree.
I love that you can do this too. You can like make the path as absolutely bonkers as you want to. And I think it'll honor it too. Yeah, it'll honor it too.
The beehive hangs like a ripe fruit from the very highest branch. A huge number of bees dance in and out of the swarm.
Maybe we can use magic here?
You get your balance enough to free your hands for a spell.
Okay. We got a lot of options here. Let's see. B, I, G. Oh, that makes me huge. That probably won't help with the bees, though. D, O, P. Open locks and doors. That's not useful. Dawes causes slowness. Maybe that would slow them? I don't know. Dawes? Oh, that is the line. Okay, so D or Z. L, A, W. Control non. Oh, that costs 3 stamina, though. That's a lot of health that I probably shouldn't waste. Did I start with... Did I do B? Yeah, B was big. Okay, and Z was... Oh, I don't think I've done Z to start. Zap, cause lightning. That would probably just make him angry. Z and Zen. Okay, I don't have a medallion. Let's... I mean, it sounds like the best thing was the... No, that's not it. Was the control creatures thing. Wait, Control non-intelligent creatures requires 3 stamina. That'll hurt me, but it'll make sure I don't get destroyed by the bees. Law!
You cast the spell, concentrating on the swarm that surrounds the beehive. You feel your mind taking control of theirs, several hundred small consciousnesses falling under your will. You lead them, like a general directing an army, away from the hive, allowing you to clamber up and relieve them of a succulent honeycomb and a nice wall of beeswax.
That's a nice trick,
the old man remarks. You stash your finds in your pack. The light is fading. It's time to move on.
Oh! I forgot that was the voice I had. Oh! The man cries suddenly. Do you want to hear me riddle? I heard it from the Elvins.
Hear him out. You gesture with a hand for him to speak.
See him through, he sees you not. A stinging beast in a box not left. To guard a key, it is his lot. To get jail a witch of luck bereft.
You thank him. You nod once, and then turn your attention to the path ahead.
Well, we gotta We got a mysterious poem, so that's fun. Okay, so if I go left, I can head to this wheat field, and it looks like I can divert for this village here. If I go right, either way I go, I can divert for this village in the center here of the Simsoa River, or Simsosa River. I can also pivot right and go to these mines. There might be something really good in the mines. Maybe it's worth it to risk for the mines. I'm gonna go for the mines, I think. We're gonna do Gimli proud. The high route seems the most secure. In a valley you can easily be observed from above and led astray, but out in the hills you can go whichever way you choose. Of course, when the night falls it might be cold and exposed upon the slopes, but no matter. The journey was never destined to be easy. You begin the climb, letting the old man's jabbering fade quickly away. The paths wind upwards into the hills, into the cover of a wood. The afternoon sun glints through the trees and plays tricks on your eyes. Every so often you catch a glimpse of some strange-shaped animal or other watching you, only to find that it is the silhouette of branches and leaves caught at an odd angle. After an hour's walk, you are starting to feel hungry. I guess he did say to eat a ration a day, so let's have one. You clamber to the top of a low stone dolmen, and then sit and pull out the sugary honeycomb and eat, while admiring your view down the hillside through a break in the trees. You feel better for your rest. We can move on. Time to move on. You stand and put on your pack, on which you had been sitting to prevent any creatures from getting in, or any of your things falling out. Then you return to the path. The climb continues, and the path twisting this way and that. The air grows cold, and the sun flickers on the horizon, then sets, making it hard to see your way. But the moon is full, and when twilight is done, it will be bright once more. I'm thinking we make camp. I don't want to risk the creatures of the night. But to tire yourself out on the first day would be inauspicious. You settle down and make a camp for the night, in a natural shelter provided by the roots of 3 gigantic intertwined trees. Your backpack will serve for a pillow, and your cloak for a blanket. Before settling to sleep, you check through your pack. You have 2 rations left. I've already eaten one, so I'm not going to eat another. You lay yourself out on the ground and are quickly asleep. The moon is full and high in the sky when you next open your eyes. You feel warm and more cozy than you did before, as if wrapped in a giant blanket. There is pain in... Oh no. Slowly you realize what is happening. A giant bat has settled on your chest and is feeding on your leg. Oh my gosh, no thanks. Goodbye. Oh, that would terrify me. That would absolutely terrify me. Oh my gosh, that's horrifying. You draw your sword slowly and carefully, trying not to disturb the creature before you run it through, but no such luck. It leaps back in alarm. The bat's great wings buffet your face, making it hard to see. You swing out wildly, hoping to chop it from the sky, but the bat dodges back, cutting with the hooks on its wingtips. The great bat tumbles backwards into a tree in a crash of branches. It flutters upwards. I still have enough power to overtake it one more time. I don't know if that wouldn't kill it though, so maybe I'm gonna wager a 5. Okay, that was it. That was enough. Okay, cool. Another chance follows. Pushing off the tree behind, you thrust forward. The bat falls to the ground, and the light in its eyes goes dark. Flawless fighting. Yes! The bat dead, you toss its carcass back into the woods, and now, truly exhausted, you lie back. Once again, the crown fills your dreams. Only now, instead of being hidden away in Mampang Fortress by the Archmage, you see it on the head of a burly villager from Cantopony. Anyone can wear the crown, he declares to you, but wearing the crown, you are no longer just anyone. And then he points a finger at you that seems to crackle with energy, and you find yourself drawn towards him, commanding you to do his bidding. Suddenly you are surrounded by angry bees. You are walking towards a crack in the ground. It seems sure to swallow you whole. You stumble at its edge, about to fall. Oh man, why am I waking up all the way over here? What's going on? The second day of your journey begins in the morning cool. Still halfway between sleeping and walking, you feel the presence of your spirit, the ape, close nearby. Its form has changed since you left Analand, just as you have changed.
but it is still walking beside you. In the temple, they taught you that a prayer to your spirit could heal disease, lift curses, even save you from certain death. But the spirits are not generous and decline to help often. So I guess I have to be very, very sparing with my prayers. You can feel yourself getting accustomed to the fetid air of these hills. You have now ascended several hundred feet and can expect to make excellent progress before the end of the day. As you crest the brow of a hill, you see something that makes you stop in your tracks. To your left is a clearing. In the clearing there are several poles planted firmly in the ground, and atop each pole is a head. Oh, that's terrifying. The heads are of all kinds and ages. Some are recently fixed, whilst others have decayed, and some are nothing but skulls and hair. There are human heads, goblin heads, and one or two heads of creatures you do not recognize. All have sewn up eyes and mouths. A large X planted on a rock nearby is obviously intended as a warning not to venture any further. But ahead the road forks, left and right, and you cannot be sure which path you were warned not to take. The right-hand path continues to climb, and the left-hand path winds down the side of the hill. I want to go to the mine, so let's climb. Let's risk it. Risk it for whatever's in the mine. I'm sure there's something in there that we should take. The climb continues up the next hill for several hours until you are not far at all from the top. Then the faint sound of bustling activity reaches you. Tramping feet, grunting voices, and the clanking of metal against rock. There is something ahead, hidden by the ancient trees that line these slopes. I wonder if these are the things that have the heads set out. You leave the path and continue through the woods. A short distance onwards, you hide behind a tree and survey the clearing. A number of goblins are in the clearing, working at the mouth of an open cave. They trudge in and out of the opening, carrying large bowls in their arms. Oh, I'll see you, Triss. Thank you so much for stopping in. I've had a great time with you. Oh, I'm so glad you could make it. I look forward to working together in the future, and I hope to stop into one of your streams soon, too. So thank you so much for coming. It means a lot. And welcome, Dabster. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome to the debut. We're past the PowerPoint, and now we're playing some Sorcery. This is like a story game, I guess, with... Good night. Good night. This is like a story game with, I don't know, like choice-driven narrative title, with like spellcasting, and it's a fantasy too. So we're currently, we are a hero who is searching for a crown which was stolen by an evil archmage who seeks to use the crown to take over the world. So pretty standard fantasy plot, but we have to go alone because an army would not survive the crossing because this whole area has been cursed by the wizard as a result. So we just begun. This is the first of 3 games, so that is what we're doing right now. You leave the path and continue through the woods. A short distance onwards, you hide behind a tree and survey a clearing. A number of goblins are in the clear. I think I already read this. Let's make a break for the cave entrance. You creep closer, moving in around the side of the hill, nearer to the entrance to the cave. Then when all is quiet, you seize your chance and race across the clearing to the mouth of the cave. In the cave! You pause a moment at the cave mouth, but no one has seen you. Following the passage cautiously, you move between the cool rock walls of the mine, passing, and ignoring, ladders that lead down into the clamouring heart of the mine, where 100 goblins sing as they work. Eventually, you reach a junction. Okay, so we are in a mine, all alone, and I have no idea where I'm going. So let's go right. That's definitely how you go right, right? That's definitely what we meant to do. You follow the passage to the right. It twists around deeper into the hillside and ends in a sealed wooden door. Let's try the door. Locked. I wonder if I can find the key. Try the other fork, yeah. Maybe we can get the key for the door. The passageway continues until you reach a large stone-cut door blocking your way forwards. For a mine, this place seems well built up. Perhaps it will serve as a camp if war comes. Let's try this door. Oh! Well, there's someone on the other side. You try the door. It opens. The room is beyond The room beyond is dirty with soot from the mines, so it could almost be a pit filled with night itself, with crystals in the rock for stars. In the far wall, you can just make out another door, leading deeper into the mine. But the middle of the room is a table, at which a large, filthy goblin is sitting. He raises his head as you enter and smells the air. Perhaps he is almost blind from so long underground.
You smell strange, intruder, he challenges. You not permitted here?
I'm a friend.
Are you now? I'm not.
Then the goblin rises to his feet. In his hand he holds a large stone club. I want to fight him outright or cast... What spells can I cast? Let's see. If I don't have anything less than probably like 2 stamina, let's see. Raz. I can sharpen my blade. T-E-L. I don't have a skull cap. I can't read minds. R. Oh, I did that one already. R. I did T. Let's do Z. Z-A-P. That's 3 stamina, though. I could probably get out of a fight with less than... Yeah, we're just gonna fight him. The monster lumbers forwards. Alright. Let's go for a middle attack. Let's go for about a 4.5 and see. Oh, just barely! Wow, okay. The goblin beats its club into its open palm and races toward you. You try to seize the advantage with a deep lunge for his heart, and as he throws his club with full force towards your skull, he doubles over in pain. His narrow eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. So then let's go low. Yeah! You strike without pause, teasing him with a passing blow, wearing him down. The goblin deflects as well as he can. The goblin's eyes are bloodshot and he is groaning as he moves. He growls at you. Full force, let's go! Yeah! Yeah, flawless! You lunge forwards once more, readying a forceful blow. You hurtle forwards. Then the goblin stumbles and you have him. Your sword pierces right through his neck and the club drops to the floor. With the goblin defeated, there is nothing to stop you from moving further into the mine. Let's search. Let's see what we can find. Before you move on, you quickly scour the corners of the dark room, in case there is any gold or weapons lying around. You find nothing, until you search the goblin himself. Oh, I bet that's the key! He's wearing a silver key on a chain around his neck. You lift it away. Now let's go onwards. Further into the mine. You open the door onto a pitch-black passageway. Cast a spell. What can I cast? Like a light spell? Let's see. S-U-S. Sus. Sus! What's so funny about Sus's Samogus? Okay. Sense danger. That might be useful. F-A-R. See the future. Requires a crystal orb. Can't do that. H. Wait, that is an H. That's S. I don't want to press S. I want to press H. H-U-F. Create a wind. H-O-W. Find safe passage. Let's do that one. You throw up the spell and then consider both directions. Inside your mind, you begin to feel quite differently as you face the door as when you face back into the room. The pitch-black passage keeps deep... The pitch-black passage deep into the mine evokes only a hot sweat, but looking back makes you feel calm. So basically, don't go this way. Well, I guess he couldn't put it any more plainly than that. Let's go back, I guess. Enough of this mine. Your mission lies overground, not under it. You head back down the passageway to the fork. Now, let's use that key. I bet that key was for this door. Let's go. Let's go. You return to the locked door, this time holding a key. Try the key. You try the silver key taken from the goblin. It fits. You push open the door. The room is beyond large, and it appears to be more of a storeroom of some kind. In one corner is a pile of black rocks, and more rocks are held in a bucket nearby. These flicker with a dull, glistening light. But most intriguing of all is what stands in the center of the space, a mechanical apparatus, perhaps a press or a stone cutter, being operated by a large and powerful ogre. He does not, for the moment, seem to have noticed you. Oh, I probably had to take him down. Let's see, watch him work. Certainly he has not noticed your sudden arrival in the room. You stay in the shadows and watch as the ogre goes about his task. He is dropping stones from the black pile into the one end of the machine, and turning a heavy handle, crunching the rock. Something is coming out of the other side. To see what, you'd have to approach him, as he is between you and the outlet of the machine. Well, we can try. Boldly, you step out of the doorway and into the pool of candlelight that fills the room. The ogre stops working immediately and turns to face you, growling fiercely like the monster he is. You will not be able to reason with him. Well, let's see what spells I've got. Okay, guys. Are okay. Turn to stone. Well, I can't use that. K. What? What? Why is K here if I can't use it? That's strange. Okay. R. That was what I did before. D. I. M. Dim. Create stupidity. Interesting. Maybe that would be useful. Let's see. W. A. L. Create an invisible wall. That's a lot of stamina. I'm not going to cast that one. W. O. K. Create a shield. Oh, that would cost a gold piece, too. That's a lot for a shield. Oh, let's use Dim. Let's make him... I guess let's cause stupidity. You cast the spell and wait for it to take effect. The ogre lunges, but then stops, shaking his head, looking at you, and then itself with a puzzled expression. It takes a step forwards, then back. It is thoroughly confused. Now kill it. That should even the odds. Oh, wow. He's actually not that scary now. At all, actually. Not really that terrifying at all. I probably don't need to go further than 4.5. Oh, yeah. The ogre stomps toward you, stumbling and shuffling, but still huge and fearsome. It swings up its hammer, almost throwing it right at you. You try to seize the advantage, but with a deep lunge for the creature's heart, as it brings its hammer down as best it can towards your skull. You take advantage of its brutish... There's a word missing there. I'm gonna put one in. You take advantage of his brutish stature to land a heavy blow. It doubles over in pain. Cautious but angry, it stomps the dust with one heel, growling. Let's go for another 4.5. I think we can do it. You strike again. Moving swiftly, you aim for his heart. As the ogre swings for your head, the ogre stumbles, suddenly, crashing into the machine, which almost buckles under the weight. Final one, let's go! Yeah! You lunge forwards again. Moving quickly, you go a straight lunge for his eye. Then you swing again, and the sword cleaves into the ogre's side. He gurgles unhappily as he stumbles to the floor. You breathe a sigh of relief. You're still alive. Yeah! We did it! We did it, guys! That's another... That's what, third time? Oh, I have a camel now. It's my spirit animal. Ha. While the dying ogre heaves his last breath, you investigate the room. Try out the machine. Going over to the enormous machine, you try cranking the handle to see what happens. But you simply do not have the strength to make it move. Following the tubes and chutes of the machine, you discover a large gem, an emerald, about the size of your fist. It should be good for trade and around the value of 10 gold pieces. You place it carefully into your bag. Search the table. You look through the heaps of rocks on the table to see if any catch your eye, but they all seem fairly ordinary. Search the corners. Oh, nothing. Well, too bad. Alright, off we go. I love this game though. I love the way it tells the story, and I mean it's really creative with its use of sound effects. I love that. I mean, you really do feel immersed into it for what it is, for like a little storybook tale. The way that it utilizes sound and sight and noise and ambiance really does put you into the, I don't know, the mood of what it's telling, and they do it. It does it really effectively. I don't know. I always love this game. It's a shame I haven't played it in such a long time. I'm glad I picked it back up for this. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. Those of you who are still here. I hope this has been. I hope this has been a fun stream. I hope. You creep back out from the cave to avoid being noticed. Leaving the mine behind you, you continue along a path with tall trees either side. We go to the bridge. You follow a path that leads sharply downhill to a narrow valley in which a stream runs. There's no path along the bank, but there is a bridge. Across, I can inspect the ropes and planks or find another way. The fact that they have an option to inspect the bridge tells me that I probably should do it, so I will. You test the ropes. They seem to be firm, but this is a trap. It's not one that will dump you into the stream, but you could always struggle through the vegetation on the bank and try to find a fording point. I guess we'll use the bridge then. Moving slowly and with one hand on your sword hilt, expecting the boards to give way at any moment, you inch across. The bridge holds, and you reach the other bank quite safely. You now have a long walk ahead of you, along the ridge and through a light covering of trees. Okay. Wow, oh my gosh, that is a long walk. That's probably the longest single movement I've had in the game so far. Whoa. I gotta zoom back out. Okay. Off we go! Whoa, 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 whoa! The path climbs again up a low hill, covered over with thick bushes and shrubs that snag at your clothing. Halfway up you hear a sound. Twigs breaking. Freeze. You freeze as a large creature the size of a bear emerges directly in front of you. It has a black and white fur and a long bushy tail that trails out behind. It growls menacingly. I don't know that I want to fight him. Let's try to edge around it. Perhaps if you are careful, you can slip round it. Edge around to the left or to the right. Is there anything in the image that would give me a hint? Which way I should go? Oh, jeez. My instincts say to go right. And I have bad instincts. So I'm going to go left. Leaving the main trail, you slip through the shrubs around the creature. Its patch is clearly the square of dirt. Through which the path leads. It watches you to ensure you don't come too close, but it doesn't attack. After a few moments of this, you are on the other side and able to continue. Hey, it worked! Hopefully, it wasn't like either one was right, and I'm silly for thinking I accomplished something. But I'm going to say that I made a good guess. The sun is just now past its zenith, and everywhere a dusty heat rises from the baked earth. You begin to think about where you will stay for the night. Another night sleeping out in the open would best be avoided. But then you see a small village set into the hill. Let's look. Smoke rises from the stacks. The houses are well set, with stone at their bases and thatched roofs of grasses and thick leaves. There is, unusually, more than just the one street running through the centre of town. But it is as though this place, once rich, has had its heart scooped away. Litter surrounds the buildings, and on the edge of the village are rows and rows of empty, abandoned houses. You continue your slow trudge along the path. Okay, I can skip the village entirely too. Let's go. No, I say we go. You walk into the village. Young hill dwellers pass you and stare at your strange clothing. Let's look at the hill dwellers. Their own attire is rough by comparison to your gear. They wear their hair long, but piled on their heads. These people are ghastly poor. The village is like a ghost town, here on a knife edge of the Bucklands. Talk at an alehouse, rest at the inn. I guess we can talk at the alehouse first. Walking down the single road, you quickly find a hut with its front covering pulled wide open and the smell of brewed beer coming from within. You go inside. Several hill dwellers are here, talking gruffly. When you enter, they watch you with understandable caution. The owner of the hut comes over to you.
Welcome to Christianity, he declares. What do you want?
Greet the owner.
An evening's rest and a drink.
Oh, that's me. An evening's rest and a drink to wet my throat, you reply.
Ale's one good piece, he answers. Please, sit.
You go over to the table where the hill dwellers are. Oldest or youngest? I say we sit with the oldest man. You turn your attention to the oldest man at the table. Whatever face he once had is lost in a labyrinth of wrinkles, and his skin is the colour of tanned hide from a lifetime of the beating sun. Greetings, old man. He raises his mug in salute.
Stranger.
His face is gravelly, like the dusty dirt that lines the streets of the town.
Where are you from?
I come from Analand. He nods.
Not many as cross through the Cantopani gate. In either direction, if you know what I'm saying.
I understand you. He grins, and picks his teeth with a fingernail.
They say there is a war coming. Something to do with the crown.
Not if I can help it.
Is that so? Replies the canny old man. Well, seems like you should be drinking on the house tonight, for the good of us all. Shanti!
He calls the innkeeper over. Ooh, sorry.
I'll cover this man's ale.
It's appreciated, you reply, raising your cup to him. You sip your beer. The old man exchanges glances with the younger man sitting opposite. Let's ask the old man. Can you tell me something about this region? You ask.
Cristantanti? Certainly. I'll tell you that around here we're always glad to help out strangers.
Tell me what lies beyond this town.
Beyond Cristantanti, there are two paths, he says. One takes you past Aliana's home, and you will need your wits about you if she's there. The other leads up to the hills and to Lyaki, domain of the Great Ones. Either way you choose, I wish you luck of Sindla on your journey.
Who is Sindla?
God of hopeless causes,
the man replies, and laughs. The crowd in the inn is starting to thin out. You finish your beer in a single draught and get to your feet. You make to leave the inn. With a wave back at the old man who bought you the drink, you step outside. You look this way and that, trying to decide what to do next, when you realize the old man has joined you once more. He grabs your shoulder and pushes a fruit into your hand.
Bomba,
he declares through fermented breath.
I grow them myself. Good for the stomach.
He pats your belly and walks away, sighing slightly. Look at the fruit. You turn the old man's gift over in your hands. It is a thick-rinded fruit that keeps well and will be highly nourishing when you decide to eat it. Its only drawback is its incredible weight. It is now evening and time to sleep. I bet that inn's going to cost me a fortune, but let's see. You stop a passerby and ask for an inn, and they lead you there directly. The woman who runs the place stands in the doorway with her arms folded.
Are you from the king?
She demands. No, I'm a mere traveller. The woman narrows her eyes at you.
This is a guest house, the best in Cristatanti. Only guests stay, and any guest of mine knows it costs me 3 gold pieces to host a man overnight, and 2 to feed him. But it's all between friends.
I'll take a room. The woman shows you the way upstairs to a room. There are 3 other guests already staying, and asleep, so you settle quickly. The bed is not clean, but it is comfortable, and after a long day and all its narrow escapes, you are grateful beyond measure for the rest. Oh, let's see. What provisions do I have? I might have to turn down the music. It's going to get loud as soon as I do. Oh, I hope it's not bad. I hope you're enjoying it. Okay, I have 2 meals and the bomb of fruit. Okay, so I should be fine. I should be fine to eat a ration tonight. I want to save the bomb of fruit for when I really need it, because I have a feeling the fact that he emphasized that so much makes me think that I probably shouldn't eat that unless I need to. So let's eat some of our provisions. Before you close your eyes, you quickly eat a quantity of your cheese and bread. You feel better for it, and it will help you sleep. Alright. Your dreams are vivid once again. You are walking endlessly, the hills moving up and down under your feet like a rippling sea. Every step exhausts you, but no step moves you forwards. Meanwhile, the food in your bag is rotting, wet from the sweat of your back. In the distance, a deep voice is booming with laughter. The long, cruel fingers of one hand are curled around the metal frame of a crown, and with the other, he beckons you forward, as if to a trap. Beyond Kristatanti. You wake early and sit for a moment, in no great hurry to leave the village. This is now the third day of your journey, and the muscles in your legs are feeling lean and strong from so much walking. You spend a short while enjoying the peace, then unhurriedly collect your possessions and set off along the path. Kristatanti is surrounded by several miles of fields. It sits in a well-protected ring of hills that is close enough to the river to be reasonably prosperous. As you follow the path between lines of sun-baked crops, you come to a fork in the road. The right-hand way leads past a set of outbuildings, whilst the left directly heads off into the deep wood.
So, woods or a ruined village? Dumpus. Okay. This is where I think we need to plan. So, if I go into the woods, I can visit this house here. I think that old man said that there was a lady who lives here that I shouldn't talk to. He, like, warned me about her. He said that don't visit that house if she's there. So that tells me I probably don't want to go this way, because if I go this way through Lyaki, I can still make it to Dumpus and hit that village and see if there's anything important there. Lyaki is probably ruined, so I doubt there's too much there, but it's probably worthwhile to stop. I'm going to take a sip of water. My voice is getting hoarse. We'll have to see if I can still sing by the end of this. You glimpse a few people at work by the buildings. There will be precious little company on your journey, so you should take it whilst you can. Approaching a low wall, you see a blind beggar, sheltering in the shade with his hand held outstretched. He hears you approach and clicks his fingers.
Alms, would you? For love of Sindla! Alms!
Look at him. The man is in a sorry state. The man is a sorry sight. He is skinny and sparsely clothed, and his eyes are painted with a dark dye to indicate his blindness for all to see.
Please, sir, I wouldn't ask if I didn't need to. Used to be a jailer, see? Now I don't. See? Please.
What happened to you?
Red eyes,
he answers, and won't say any more. I'm sorry for your loss.
Can't eat pity.
The man shrugs. I'll give him a coin. You place a coin in his outstretched hand.
You are kind, traveller,
the beggar says. He feels over the surface of the coin, then bites down on it.
Why me? This is a gold piece! You are too generous to a poor sightless beggar. You'll get me killed if anyone knows that I have it.
The beggar beams up at you. Look after yourself, you say, preparing to walk away.
Wait,
he calls.
One moment, please.
He begins to scramble around, feeling over his body, as if looking for holes. Eventually he cries,
Aha!
and pulls out a copper key, which he holds out to you. What is that? You ask, cautiously.
Years ago, I lived in Carré, he explains. Carré was my home, and in the city port I watched over prisoners in the jail. Beware the red eyes in Carré, or my fate will befall you, and you will be here with me, begging for your living.
Oh. I must head to bed, Clavier, but amazing job so far. My hackles rise at how good your voices are. I have competition. Best of everything with stream ahead. Happy debut. Thank you, Hal. You have a good rest, and thank you for coming. I'm really glad you could make it, so know that I'm very grateful for all the support you've offered me this far, so thank you so much. What are the red eyes?
Pray you never find out,
is his simple reply.
Listen to me. Carré is wary of strangers, but this key will help you if you're captured by red eyes. Trust old me.
As the man talks, you step quickly out of the road as an ox cart whips past you, raising dust. It does not stop. Take the key. You take the key and put it safely into your pack. Thank you, you say, and move on. You follow the path away from the road for half the morning, then walk away. The walk away is easy. It feels as natural as breathing to have the road move beneath your feet. Hard to believe you trained for this journey so long, now that you are actually on it. You climb a little, tracing the side of a group of trees until you meet a fork in the road. You could continue straight on and upwards, or turn west a little. So we can go to the ruins, or we can wander into the trees. I want to go to the ruins because I think that's probably cooler, and there's probably better stuff there. You continue along the path, climbing. Your legs feel strong and lean. By the end of this journey, you'll be built like a mountain goat. The afternoon progresses long and easy. This place you are walking through seems thick with desolation, as if it was long ago abandoned. And then, as if to confirm your thought, you come across two enormous stone pillars, listing slightly either side of the road. They form a gate, but the gate is 3 times the height of a man. Let's look them over, question mark? Peering closely, you make out the faded remains of carved characters, and the old script, L and K. The remnant of a spell of fortune, perhaps, or of binding for those now fallen stones. Probably Lyaki, I would assume, for the name of the village. But let's go through. There was nothing for it but to go forwards. Through the gate we go. Huzzah! You step into the shadow of the enormous gate. The ruins of the walls line the path either side, but these are walls built from blocks of the size of ox carts. Centuries ago, this must have been a palace for a king 12 feet tall. Now it has been levelled, and the stones stolen for the field walls and foundations of the villages all around. Let's investigate. I want to see what's in the ruins. You take a moment to clamber out over the ruins and off the path, until you are surrounded by waist-high grasses. The ground rises and falls sharply around the outline of houses and buildings. You trace the line of a street, wide enough to run 3 carts abreast, that leads quickly downhill towards a forest. Once this place was rich and plentiful. What happened here to remove every last trace of these colossal people? Look inside a house. You stop by the edge of a house. The side wall stands only as high as your knees. Grass nods above it. Looking inside, you can make out the edges of a fireplace, the back wall, and the adjoining area. Perhaps a grain store or a bedroom. We can search the grass, of all things, I guess. You take a few moments to search through the long grasses and find nothing, until your hand closes on a clay pot near one wall. It is the shape of a wine jug, but about 3 times the usual size. Around the neck is a red stain. Wine? Or maybe blood? It is impossible to tell. The base of the pot has been smashed away. Perhaps by age, perhaps by someone unhappy with the contents. You leave the pot behind. Follow the street? You follow the line of the street down the slope of the hill. The further you go from the path, the more overgrown the ruins become, until you can barely make it out of the outlines at all. After a while, you are not following the street at all, but simply holding to the same line. You approach the edge of a thick woodland. Turn back and climb? I don't want to go to the woodland, so let's go. Let's climb the hill, the mountain. And I climb. What? No, that's not. I'm referencing the wrong thing. I'm thinking of the SpongeBob movie. The path closes over a low, broken wall, and then rises sharply uphill through a pass. After a while, you see 2 cave mouths, one to the left of the path and another to the right. Which cave? Left or right? I wonder. One of them probably has like a giant or something in it. Or like a goblin nest, I don't know. One of them is definitely bad. My instinct says one's bad and one's good. Let's go left. The left-hand cave is a little wider at its mouth, but it is also not deep and appears to be empty. Rubble covers the floor along with a few items that suggest someone lived here. A huge broken stool, a net with a wide mesh, and a large human-shaped skull the size of a dog. This place was clearly home to a giant. Let's investigate. Still, by the look of the skull, it seems the giant is long gone, so it should be safe to look around. Let's look at the skull. You pick up the giant's skull. There's no trace of flesh remaining on the bone, and the eye sockets are dull and empty. No one has lived in here for a long time. Oh! I'm sorry. Oh, I came so suddenly.
The top of the skull has been knocked out about for a bit. There's a crack in the top, and most of the teeth are missing. Examine the teeth. There are only 2 teeth left in the jaw. Let's pry them loose. Why not? You use the tip of your sword to pry a couple of the giant's teeth free, and then you slip them into your pack. And then the stool. Next, you turn your attention to the stool. It's made from the lower branches of an ash tree, braced together with joint pins the size of your forearm. And before the stool broke, it could probably have borne the weight of several cattle. But it's broken now, and of no use to you. There's no way you could carry it far. I can take it? You heft up the stool. Who knows? It might prove to be important. Look at the net. Finally, you look at the net. The squares are so large that a rabbit or deer would be able to run straight through, but they're small enough that they could catch an animal of about your size. Of course, you'd cut your way out of such a trap in a moment. Suppose we take that too. Well, that cave was nice. I wonder if... do we want to take the stool in here? Crossing the path, you go over to the other cave. There's a faint whistling sound. The wind, perhaps? Go further in. Oh no, there is a giant in this one. You creep further in. Then a few steps on, you stumble and fall, and as you do so, the whistling stops. To your horror, you realize what you've tripped over is a foot. A giant slowly rubs its eyes and gets to its feet. It hoists up a massive stone club. Let's see, what can we do? What spells can we cast? Can we save ourselves? Well, of course, there was a giant in one, so there had to be one in the other. I can summon a giant. Okay. Once again, I have the option to use K, but nothing follows. B, oh, that makes me big. W, nothing follows W. Okay. M. Oh, I see. I can make him clumsy. What was the one I saw one that was like... Maybe that one would be helpful. Ooh. Pardon me. Dud, illusion of treasure. He wouldn't care about treasure. He's a giant. I mean, that might be the best bet. To make myself big. I don't know. Let's try it. You cast the spell of light. Slowly, the ground moves away from you. You are growing larger. The hill giant watches in dumb disbelief as you grow to match his size. Then you draw your sword. He's still massively powerful. Oh no. Okay. Do I want to open with defense? I feel like opening with defense here is the best option because I don't think there's any way. Oh no, that was not the call. With a roar that shakes the rock, the giant swings his club and comes for you, determined to crack open your bones. You raise your sword to cover your enormous body as he tries to push you back with his great hand. You're mostly unhurt. But I wonder, is this next strike gonna be worse? Oh no! Okay. You attempt to attack and suffer for it. The giant raises its enormous club and brings it crushing into you. Your sword swings wide, and with too much power behind the blade as the blow strikes home, you stagger to the rock floor, stunned by the blow. His stupid eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. 1.5. That was still too weak! Oh my gosh! I'm just gonna rewind. I'm gonna start this all over again. Let's fight this guy. Oh, whoops. Let's fight this guy again. You can call this cowardice. You can call this cheating, but it is a mechanic in the game, and I'm using it to my advantage. So let's go further inside. We're gonna fight him again. Did that big spell even make a difference? I don't think it did. It did not. It actually did not make a difference at all. In fact, I think this looks more reasonable without the spell, so I wasted a piece of stamina for nothing. Unless my attacks like do more damage when I'm big, but I don't know. Okay, let's 6. Oh wow, he's defending. Okay. With a roar that With a roar that shakes the rock, the giant swings its club and comes for you, determined to crack open your bones. Boldly, you swing your sword for his neck. He raises his club defensively, in time to stop your bow. He is left breathless, but otherwise unharmed. Which means that I probably want to defend this time. Yeah, that was a good call. You drop down, protecting yourself as the giant swipes its terrible club. You throw yourself to the ground. You are mostly unhurt. His stupid eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. 2.9? Okay. That was fair. Stealing your courage, you move in, aiming to trap the giant against the cave wall. Moving swiftly, you aim towards his heart. He deflects as well as he can. He staggers against the cave wall, and the ground shakes. His eyes follow your movements cautiously. He could... I don't think he's going to go for another power strike. I still think whatever he's going to do, though, is going to be higher. I'm betting like he's going to strike for a 5 or so. I'm going to go for a 6. This might be a miscall. Let's see. Okay. I mean, it's not the worst thing I could have done, but he's definitely about to, he's probably about to hit me with something hard. You strike again. Readying a blow that could part stone, you hurtle forwards. The giant parries slowly. He tumbles to his knees, almost crushing you as he goes down. Yeah, I couldn't have defended against that. I couldn't have overattacked that. Expecting a storm, you raise your guard. As the giant swings its terrible club, you duck and roll. He raises his club against his body defensively. Okay, so I just go weak here. Yeah. Taking the chance, you move forwards, teasing the giant with a passing blow, wearing him down. The giant flicks your attack neatly away with his club. The hill giant stumbles suddenly. He is weakening. His dim-witted eyes are watching you closely. 5.5? Oh, that was way too much. You lunge forwards again, preparing a swing that could cleave a tree trunk. You charge for your opponent. The giant ducks clumsily. He staggers against the cave wall. The ground shakes. This is a bad move, and I'm gonna do it. Oh, it was a bad move. It was a very bad move. You attempt an attack and suffer for it. The giant kicks out with one oversized foot. You are caught off balance. You stagger to the rock floor, stunned by the blow. Cautious but angry, he stomps the ground with one enormous foot, growling. Better to defend. Yeah. You drop down, protecting yourself, as the giant swipes its terrible club. You press yourself against the rock floor for cover. You are largely unscathed. He lifts his club across his body, so that probably means he's going to defend. Yeah. Readying yourself, you move in. Grabbing a handful of dust, you throw it into the monster's eyes. The giant pushes your blow smartly away. The giant's eyes are bloodshot, and he's moving much slower now. His stupid eyes follow your movements. Oh my goodness. You strike again, mustering a blow that part bone from bone, you lunge forwards. The sword slips between the giant's ribs, and he falls, gasping. Yeah, we're gonna do that again. That was bad. Let's go for... shoot. 5.5 this time to start. Still too much. With a roar that shakes the rock, the giant... I'm gonna skip the dialogue for now. We're just gonna try to beat this guy as fast as we can. Okay. He staggers against the cave wall and the ground shakes. I think he's gonna go for a power move. I think. Oh, I could have outdone that. That's a shame. Not wanting to take a risk, so that means I'm gonna go low. Oh, he didn't even, he just defended. He didn't even attack. Okay. Enormous foot growling. Yeah! Okay, that was a good move. Oh, shoot. That was bad. That was also... Okay. Okay. One more time. One more time! This is a hard fight, guys. This is... I feel like I'm cheesing it, but they give you this mechanic, so I am going to use and abuse it. Actually, this will be the last time. If I win this, even if it's kind of a bad victory, I'll stick with it. This will be my last bout with the giant, and also because we've got maybe. Oh, welcome back, Kestrel. No, not at all. Don't worry. I hope you've enjoyed what you've heard if you've been sticking around. So. No, it's been fun. I hope everyone's enjoyed. that's my prayer. All right.
5.5, I feel like is a good waste. Okay. Well, that was a waste of my energy. And that doesn't give me anything. I figure he's gonna attack though. And that's another blow I could have outdone. And he's gonna defend. I'm gonna jab. Okay. He's not wanting to take a risk. I'm gonna go for a 2.5. That was good. Lose another 2 health. He's probably about to go for a power strike. He might outdo me here, but oh no, I did it! Yeah! Giant stumbles suddenly. He is weakening. Ooh, do I want to defend? Do I want to attack? I'm probably going to defend here. Yeah, that was the smart move. I need to remember to play conservatively. The more risks I take, the worse I'm going to do. Expecting a storm, you raise your guard. You are mostly unhurt. 3.8. Oh, that was too much. His eyes follow your movements cautiously. 4.4. Okay. Whatever's next. Yeah, I gotta defend here. Yeah, he's gonna overpower me. No! Oh, that would have been perfect, but alright. Oh, whoops. Okay. But I'm gonna own up to my words. I said I wasn't gonna retry it, so we're gonna stick with that. The mountainsides fall silent. Search the body. You quickly search the giant's body and find a pouch at his waist containing 8 gold pieces. It's hard to imagine the giant spending them. Perhaps he was not as dumb as he appeared, or perhaps he liked them because they were shiny and nothing more. You like them too, so you take them. I do like them. I do, actually. Examine the body. You step over the body. The giant is quite dead. His eyes stare open and his mouth is wide, mid-roar, showing his teeth. Let's do something about his mouth, because I want more. We should probably take more teeth. Pry loose his teeth. With your sword, you pry loose a couple of the giant's teeth. It's bloody work, but you will be able to take them with you. Search the cave. You explore into the depths of the giant's cave to see what you can find. At the back of the room, you find a large loaf of bread. It's too big to carry, but you could eat a little from it. Definitely. I need the health. You tear away the crusts with your sword, and then eat a few handfuls from inside. It's fairly nourishing, if not pleasant. Leave now. Time to move on. You hurry out of the shadow of the pass. Let's get out of these caves. You crest the rise and continue down the slope on the other side. You pass out another gigantic gate and into the barren mountainside. Whee! What was that? The atrocious dumps? Did I read that right? Oh, approach Dumpus. That was what it said. The atrocious dumps. The atrocious dumps. Oh, thank you, Kestrel. Yeah, I'm figuring I'm gonna have to figure something out with the music because it gets really loud when I open the item menu too, and I'm not really sure how to fix it because here I can show you. The in-game menu just has an on-off music setting. There is no way to control how loud it plays, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I'll have to figure something out. The path trips and slides down a steep scree slope, and then emerges onto a sudden plain, as if the forest had been scooped away by a gigantic hand. A river trickles thinly between short grasses, and by its banks stands a tiny village. Do I want to go to the place called Dumpus? The place that I accidentally called the, what did I call it? I've already forgotten the atrocious dump. The atrocious dump. Truly the atrocious dump. The most atrocious of all dumps. That is what this place will be known as now. We're gonna go to the atrocious dump. Today has been mercifully short and uneventful. What are you talking about? I just killed a giant. Mercifully short and uneventful. My foot. You have made excellent progress. With a decent meal and a night's sleep, your day will start auspiciously. So you begin the gentle climb down into the mercifully short and uneventful. Yeah, right. I just got beat the frick up by a giant. Yeah, I didn't do much today. I just got clubbed in the face by a giant after tearing his teeth out of his mouth. You follow the path down into the village, passing a sign which declares it to be Dumpus. The atrocious dump. The streets are thin and narrow, and the buildings have been set close together, as if trying to withstand a storm. There is a terrible smell hanging in the air. All in all, it seems an unpleasant place. I don't think any of these villages have been particularly pleasant. Let's talk to them. Nothing compared to a dragon. Absolutely. I don't know. I wonder if there are dragons in this game. I don't remember if there are or not. In OBS, you need to put a limiter filter onto your game's audio source. If you need help, I can help you configure something later tonight or tomorrow if you'd like. Oh, thank you. I would appreciate that, should we find the time to. You pass along the main path through the village and pause outside a hut in which several of the disheveled hill dwellers are sitting and eating. They seem deep in discussion about something. Several are shaking their fists in the air. Lifting back the canvas flap, you step inside. The hill dwellers stop talking immediately and look up at you. One gets to his feet and gestures you forward. Bow my head. You nod your head once towards the man, who returns the gesture. Then one of the others calls something in their native tongue and points at your side to where your sword hangs out below the hem of your cloak. In broken common tongue, the first man croaks, "No weapons," and he indicates a table by the door where you can leave the blade. I guess I'll remove my sword. You unfasten your sword belt and leave your weapon on the table. By the way, I'm gonna have to adjust the sound for this, absolutely, but I need to check my inventory. Do I still have that giant stool on my person? If I do, I'm gonna laugh. Let's see. I have the net. Okay. Enough of that. Enough of that. Okay. But that tells me that I do not have the giant stool anymore. Which is great, because I don't know why I took it in the first place. You unfasten your sword belt and leave your weapon on the table. The hill dwellers nod to show their appreciation, and then beckon you to sit with them. They continue their conversation, just as animatedly as before, speaking in a local tongue that you cannot follow. But as they talk, they pour you a drink and provide you with food. They seem quite welcoming. Let's listen. As you eat, you listen, catching a few words here and there. Goblins, arms, Cristatanti. They seem to be very concerned. Tell them you've been there. I have been to Cristatanti, you declare. The two men nod, but they do not seem surprised. Slowly you piece together the story. The group seem quite sure that a horde of goblins are planning to attack Cristatanti, which is apparently one of the wealthiest spots in the hills. They're discussing whether or not it would be worth helping the village to defend itself, which might mean they are offered some kind of reward. They'll help them, obviously. I thought I changed it. Did I not? Oh, I never pressed finish. Ha! I never pressed done. Well, now it's changed. Oh, fool that I am. Fool that I am. Okay. You must help them, you declare earnestly.
Oh, Cristatonte, it does not help us,
one of the men points out.
They are rich. We are poor.
You can do better than them. The men nod, swayed by our ruthless logic.
And you? How do you fight?
One man asks you. I serve the King of Analand. The men shrug.
Then you serve a shadow. The sun, it is going down.
The evening draws to a close. The men thank you for your counsel and leave, one by one. Well, at least I got some food out of that. Let's go ahead and try to take a rest. You find an inn in the very center of the atrocious dump. It is a tumble-down building with mats spread across the floor and a kitchen range that fills the air with an appealing, spicy smell. The man who runs the inn is wiry and looks as if he does not eat a thing himself. 3 gold pieces for hill fox broth. 3 gold pieces for hill fox broth, he tells you, and 3 for a place to rest your head. You've eaten today already, so you are not hungry. Well, let's rest. You pay 3 gold pieces, and the man shows you to a mattress in one corner of the room.
You dream strange dreams in your sleep. It seems as though you wander through doors and hallways built 20 times your height. You are an insect, and the hills over which you walk are the follicles of hair on the shaved chin of a giant. Storms of hot, fetid breath seem to sweep across you, threatening to blow you down into hell. Overhead you fancy you hear the flap of giant wings. The birdmen came for the crown. Perhaps, before this journey is finished, they shall come for you.
Let's leave the atrocious dump. Actually, I'm gonna... You rise early, dismiss the attentions of the innkeeper, and head out into the street. Within a few minutes of walking, you are out of Dumpus and back on the road. After another hour or so, the way branches, with one path leading up into the hills, and the other turning downhill, and along one side of the barren, stony ridge. Is that a village you can make out on the top of the hill? It seems a lonely place for it. You did miss Dumpus, which I accidentally called the atrocious dump, and now that it is its name forever. Currently, you can check my path here. I started, of course, at the gate, went through Kantapani, crossed through the mines, turned back, went across the bridge, through the valley, went around a beast here, went to Cristatanti. What did I do there? I think I talked to an old man and he gave me some fruit. I went to the inn, slept, oh, hey Arda. Went north through the Liaki ruins, found a piece of pottery there that was worth nothing, turned around, went up this way, went into this cave here, which had nothing in it, but a giant skull whose teeth I stole, and a giant stool I carried with me, and also a giant net that I took, and then into this place that had a giant inside it, who I then killed, stole his teeth, and 8 gold pieces before leaving, crossing down. Accidentally called Dumpus the atrocious dump. Went through, talked to some old men, convinced them to help Cristatanti because apparently some goblins want to attack it. They call me a fool for serving the king of Analand, and then I went to the inn, and now I'm leaving. So that is the story so far, as we say. Let us go uphill. The gentle upward slope becomes a steep climb, and you are forced to rest several times. So far, you have been walking through the foothills. Now the journey will become more serious. When you finally reach the summit and can look out over the low plateau you have crested, you see the path runs through a small settlement of crudely fashioned huts. The villagers are out on the street, talking and working. It seems a happy, bustling place. Does it really? That photograph looks horrifying. Let's wait for a while longer. You stay at your vantage point and watch a while longer to see if things change. After a while, you seem to notice something strange about the way the people in the village are moving. Firstly, you notice one is limping, then another. Then you realize they are all shuffling as they move. Some use sticks. One is even crawling. Watch more. You stay hidden and watch for longer. After a while, you realize that whatever is happening in the village, it is desperate. There is no laughter, no joy. There is no trade or commerce. The women do not walk about and the men do not watch them. It is like a prison camp. I'm gonna have to piece it together, Kestrel, because this whole thing, like, the first, like, hour of the stream was just besetted by, like, just so much scuff. Like, the stream crashed, like, 5 times. My Wi-Fi was so terrible. I'm gonna have to piece the videos back together, which is gonna suck, but I will do it, I promise. I will figure out how to put... I have no idea how, but I'll learn so that we have a one VOD video. I will save them all and piece it together. These people are in need of a savior. You may not be that man, but you can try. You approach, arms open, to show you are not a threat, but the message is not understood.
The villagers see you and panic. They begin to scurry into their huts, as if you were an army and not a lone traveller. Their bodies are thin and malnourished, and they disappear through their doors as you notice some are missing limbs. Stop at a door and knock. You knock on the door of one of the nearest huts. There is no reply. Like the DMV. Can I enter a hut? Let's see. You push your way inside. You find the place to be an impoverished hovel. The hut has no furniture. A small fire burns in the middle of the floor, and by the far wall, an ill-looking family is huddling together. The woman lifts a shaking hand, as if to hold you back. I suppose I should leave. The people are ill and frail. Sick at the very sight of them, you leave the hut and quickly continue until you are beyond the village. Shame. Very, very sad place. Silver. Oh, I don't know. Have I said hello to you yet? Oh, thank you, Shiver. Thank you so much. Aww. Oh, it is. Well, actually, this is technically my second time. I streamed last week, which was my first time ever doing it. This is my second time. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this is my first time. My second time technically, but yeah, this is my debut, so I guess it's kind of my first time, but also not. I don't know. Yes and no. But yeah, last week was technically my first stream, but it was unplanned. Well, it was planned, but it was kind of unprompted. I had a friend ask me to be a part of how you say, it was like a raid train, and he wanted me to be a part of it. So I said, okay, I'll do it before my debut. And then I announced my debut on the stream, and debuted today. So. The path beyond the village heads downhill once more between thick trees before turning into a narrow goat track that crosses a rough peak. From the summit, you get a wide view. Look around. Ahead, down a steep slope, the next village is sprawled out before you, and even from here you can catch the sound of merry voices and shouting from the streets. It must be a carnival! Looking right, you hear a roaring noise, and can just make out a beautiful, majestic waterfall plunging from a cliff into a great rock bowl. You watch for a few minutes, marvelling at how clear the water seems. But then it is time to move on. You follow the track down a steep decline. Well, so we go from a plague-ridden hovel village to apparently a carnival. Bridge of Vankus? Are we just gonna cross, like, here? How are we getting there? Wow, that is quite a far trip. Oh, thank you, Gabe. Oh. Some way down the hill, you stop for a rest and sit on a boulder to survey what lies ahead. The path leads downwards at its foot, cradled between three peaks. It is a village, and quite a large one at that. Behind you, the sun is falling rapidly into the hills. It'll be night soon. I suppose we should approach the village? I don't know why we wouldn't. The village looks like a good place to stop. You hop down from the boulder and make your way forwards, when an overhanging branch touches your face and you hear a lively chirping. Freeze? You freeze. Hovering by your shoulder is a small creature, the size of a bird. It is childlike but very thin, with green skin, and it flits around you on transparent wings. It seems friendly enough. It even lands on your shoulder, its tiny clawed toes pinching slightly. Talk to it? Greetings, little creature. And hello to you, the creature replies, chirping. My name is Dan. What are you? The creature does a backflip and gives a low bow. I am a Minite. Pleased to meet you. It reaches out a tiny hand and shakes your earlobe. What do you want with me? See that village? The creature replies. Last time I tried to go through, they told me I wasn't welcome, so I wouldn't mind some protection. The creature stops hopping up and down. Oh, come on, it grumbles impatiently. Let's get going, can't we? Check your Discord notice after the stream. Okay, I'll check them. What can you tell me about the village? You point down to the valley. Is it safe? That's That's Biritanti, and it's very safe. It's the largest village in the whole of the Shamutanti Hills. Every traveller who comes by this way spends at least one night there, so it's a little bit expensive, especially for Minimoites, but pleasant enough. Where I'm going is dangerous, you warn the creature. You might be killed travelling with me. The creature shrugs. Well, I've got small wings. Can't get far on my own. The creature flits to your other shoulder once more. You're not in any hurry, are you? It observes. Do you want to sleep out in the rough? Well, let's get going then. The creature shakes you by the ear in excitement, and you set off along the path once more. You descend into the bowl of the valley. The hills on either side are toweringly tall and throw the village into deep shadow. It would seem a very gloomy, threatening place, but from the streets come the distant sound of laughter and merriment. Oh, I can just opt to sleep outside if I want to. I don't know that I do, but I can. Let's enter the town? Question mark? You continue along the path. The sounds of festivities grow louder. It's almost spooky here in the shade of the valley, and after so long on the dire road, the people in the village seem to be enjoying themselves. See, the Minimite on your shoulder remarks. Oh, I told you it was a happy place. Jan, what's going on? Are they bewitched? Jan shakes his head. No, if they were magic, believe me, I'd know. This is the Festival of the Young. What's that? Well, take a look. Jan waves a little hand around the village. The idea is that once a year, the children are allowed the freedom of the village. It's a time of great fun and lots of pranks. It becomes quickly obvious what he means. You pass the first few buildings, where you find a number of children sitting on the street and drinking ale from deep mugs. Further on, a young boy is holding an old woman over his knee and is spanking her. On the other side of the street, a group of boys is fighting outside a hut with a sign that reads, Glandragor's Tavern. It is all complete mayhem. Is this game very choice-oriented? Like, you can choose where to go and the game gives you a story? As far as I know, the story of this game does... it's a basic plot. Like, you're gonna head to the same place every time. But what you collect, what spells you use, how you deal with combat, who you fight, what way you go, all differ. So you can, like, make one playthrough where, like... just to put this away for a second. You can make one playthrough like I did, you know, where I just completely skipped these two villages. I didn't even go through the forest here. And, like, different paths lead you to different places. Like, there are certain villages where you have to go, but, you know, every one of these villages, you also have the opportunity to, you know, skip from going in at all. You can just go around the village. There are lots of different things to explore, different places to go. And this is by far the simplest of the games, as far as I remember. But to answer your question, Kestrel, I found it when I was like, I want to say I was like 13, 14. It was originally released as an app, and before that, it was a book, I believe. The book was adapted into this game, which was an app, and then was ported to Steam. So this is actually a phone game, but I've played it before a long time ago, and then played it again, I want to say a couple years ago, but I had thought of this game when I initially started the debut idea, or when I first started thinking about VTubing. I initially wanted Thomas Tallis's Fantasia on a Theme by Thomas Tallis to be my idle music, and from that I remembered that this game uses Thomas Tallis's Fantasia on a Theme as their menu theme, which again, I'm gonna have to turn this down because it gets super loud, but you can hear right here. This is the same music that I use in my background, so. And it's actually, believe it or not, the exact same recording, because this recording is in the public domain, so. That was part of what drew me to choose this game as my opening. The music syncs. I think that the idea of it being kind of a literature-esque game.
Okay. Are we back? Are we back? Oh, no, not at all. That's still very, very, very low. Let's see. Man, my Wi-Fi is just... We had a good 3 hours going, though. That was like 3 hours, no more of this, So we were doing pretty well. I think... Nope, we're gone again. Are we good? Are we back? I don't know. 3 hours without more of this, though, was pretty good. Pretty decent. Okay, no. Okay. No. Maybe we're back? Oh my goodness. Oh, alas. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Okay. Are we back? I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Am I... Oh, okay. Yay! I think we're back. Are we back? Are we back? Yes! Yes, we are, and we have a good connection this time. Thank goodness. Okay. Yay! Okay. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see clearly now? The rain is gone. Oh, wow. Who? Help. Oh, thank you, Capo. Oh, thank you. I live. Indeed. Here I am. I have been struggling. I have been so... oh my gosh. I don't know what is... It... I mean, I keep repeating myself every time this happens, but... Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, I think we can keep going, though. Okay. Jan, what's going on? We're gonna enter the festival. Well, I guess we just can't rescue the poor old woman. You consider helping the woman, but there is nothing you can do. It is their festival, after all. Let's go into the tavern. Behind the bar, a thick-set man is wiping mugs down with an old rag. "Greetings, stranger," he calls. "I'm Glandragor. Can I be helping you?" "Greetings." Oh, whoops. No, how much is ale? You ask. "You must be right thirsty to be so upfront," he remarks. "2 gold pieces, and it's the finest in town. Well, it's the only ale in town. I make sure of that." Let's... Oh, no. I do have gold. I'll buy a mug. You put 2 gold pieces down on the countertop, and Glandragor pours you a mug of beer. It's warm, frothy, and deeply refreshing. Glandragor smiles. "You look like you've been on the road a while." "You have no idea," you reply. Glandragor nods. "Tell me about this village." Glandragor shrugs. "Not much to say. What you see is what you get. This place keeps going because it's the only route between Carré and Cantapani. If one of these mountains falls or the river freezes over, this place will be a desert in 2 weeks. I'm headed for Carré myself." "Of course you are," he grins. "Didn't I just tell you that?" I just got to see a bit of beforehand. Oh, thank you, Capo. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. What can you tell me about it? "Ah, Carré. I loved a girl in Carré once. It's a town for love, you know. You have to live every day of your life like it's your last in Carré, because the chances are high that it will be. Now, there's a city of thieves if there ever was one." "I have my magic." "Then you'd better lose that thing," he replies, flicking Jan with a finger. The tiny creature rolls over uneasily. He seems to be ill. Glandragor goes back to wiping down his bar. Then a thought occurs to him.
You'll be passing through Torreponi, I suppose. The Sphinx in Torreponi are normally a merry lot, but they're pretty depressed at the moment. There's a real gloom about the place.
What's the matter with them?
Oh, well... He thinks for a moment, then waves away whatever was on the tip of his tongue. I'm sure it's nothing to concern you. From the counter, Jan issues a loud burp. He can be seen sipping ale from puddles on the bar top and is now quite drunk. I can leave him. Oh, I'm not... He seems like a jerk, but I'll bring him with me. You poke the little creature, who clambers boozily up your finger, but then topples off onto the floor. Leave him there if you like, Landragor says. I'll pick him up and put him in a mug. But you don't quite manage it. At the last moment, Jan rouses himself and flies, wobblingly, back onto your soldier. I love you, he whispers into your ear. You head out of the tavern and turn a corner to find a couple of girls standing by a signpost pointing to the crystal waterfall. They are tripping up their elders as they pass and giggling. Ask them about the waterfall. You stop by the group and ask them about the waterfall, but they are too distracted by Jan, whom they delight in poking, tickling, and generally cooing over. After a few minutes of asking them about the waterfall, you give up and walk away. One of the girls calls back. Come back! Another shouts, the water's good for you! Jan sighs, already missing their attention, but comes back to the rest on your shoulder. You leave the girls to their snickering. The atrocious...
Yes, the atrocious dumps. Well, we're gonna visit the waterfall. Let's see what these... Whoa, 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 whoa! What did I just do? Whoa! Whoa! That was crazy. Okay.
You go back, past the girls, and head up a path that climbs through a crack in the mountainside. Soon, the air is filled by a thundering. It's quite a climb, but eventually you turn a corner through a narrow cleft in the rock and see close up the waterfall you glimpsed from the hilltop earlier today, plunging down from the cliffs overhead. Large crystal stalactites hang down either side of the water. There is only one path to reach it, winding up the rock face, and it passes by a small hut where a ruffian is collecting money.
I'll ask Jan to scout ahead.
You tap Jan on the shoulder. Why don't you scout ahead? Find out if this waterfall is worth the money. Jan nods vigorously. All right, but I'll be quick. Don't think you can get rid of me just like that. I can catch up. He flaps away up the path. Oh, let's greet the ruffian, I guess? You make your way over to the hut. Greetings, you begin. You collect a fee for the waters? I do, sneezes the ruffian. Oh, I do.
These waters can't be so healing.
Oh, he's not talking. These waters cannot be so healing that he has not caught an awful flu from them.
3 gold pieces.
There is a buzzing at your shoulder as Jan returns and resettles himself. Doesn't look like much to me, he whispers. Oh, I think you'd be wasting your gold if you paid. Haggle, let's see. 3 gold pieces? You shake your head. For a bath? That's far too much.
Well, the waters are healing,
the ruffian explains quickly.
They'll do more than make you clean.
Oh, do I want to... I'm going to keep haggling. I'll give you 2. The ruffian considers you for a moment. He seems to be won over by your manner.
All right, 2 gold pieces, but don't tell anyone I did it.
1. The ruffian almost chokes on his own phlegm.
I'm not a charity,
he sputters. Oh no, you must think me a fool, you reply. The waterfall might be beautiful, but it is not worth risking your gold on. Reluctantly, you turn back and head into the village. As you pass the girls, they sneer to one another. He doesn't smell any better.
Oh! Hey, Higgs! Oh my gosh, thanks for the raid! Holy cow! Let me move over. Oh my gosh. Wow! Shout out. Indy Higgs. Thank you so much! Oh my gosh! I'm not a father. I'm not a father. I'm a brother. Well, I'm a frauder, but it's brother. Thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you all so much. We're currently playing, first of all, I'm Claudia Tallis. I am a choir master VTuber. I am the headmaster of St. Cuthbert's Academy of Music and Philosophy, and today is my debut, so yay! We've been going now since 6 p.m. Central, but I think it's been about almost 5 hours. But we're going strong. For the first 2 hours, we did a PowerPoint presentation where, we did a PowerPoint presentation where I talked about like my model, I gave credit, I talked about lore, my favorites, my least favorites, dislikes, likes, all of that fun stuff, composers, music, all that jazz. And now we're playing a game called Sorcery. It's a sort of D&D-esque fantasy title, which is told like a story here, you can see, with choices, a map, turn-based gameplay. You can see the whole map here. We started all the way over here, and we have sauntered all the way up here. We might actually be able to finish this game tonight. That might be my objective. We'll finish this tonight, and then there's 2 or 3 more sequels that we'll be playing later on. So, but that's been what we've been doing tonight. So, but welcome in, welcome in. It's so great to see you all. Stick around if you like. If you're tired and want to go to bed, I understand. But thanks so much for showing up to my debut. This has been a really fun time, and it means a lot that you showed up. So thank you. I'm trying to think if there's any other customary things I need to do before I go back to the game, but I don't think so. So we'll move back into.
You find the village inn, buried under a rocky overhang. The proprietor stands in the doorway, a formidable young girl armed with a baker's paddle. "What do you want?" she squeaks at you. "A bed." "5 gold pieces," she says. "Plenty of travellers in Biratanti. We only want the best."
That's ridiculous. Well, if they're charging this much, then there must be something bad if I camp out in the forest. Oh, do I want to spend it? I don't need the stamina. I'm not going to. You know what? You shake your head. That's too much. You run a lowly inn, not a palace. The girl scoffs back at you and you turn and to walk out of town. Jan hops up and down.
"Just you and me, then?"
"Be quiet," you grumble.
You make your way out of the village and into a stand of tall, dry trees under the overhang of one of the cruel mountainsides. Between curling roots, you find a small place to settle down to rest. Jan perches a little way above on a knot and is quickly asleep. You are tired enough to follow suit, but you are hungry from not having eaten. It's probably a good idea to do that then. You pull out some of your provisions and eat quickly. The night's darkness draws in around you. In the distance you hear screams and whoops from the village that only slowly fade. You feel lonely, distanced from such revelry. You rest your head onto your backpack and close your eyes. Perhaps a few hours pass when you wake suddenly, aware of a shadow moving between the tree trunks. It turns as it sniffs the air. It is a wolfhound. Throw something. I can throw something at it. I can't cast a spell because Jan is with me. I do remember him. As long as he's with me, I cannot use magic, which kind of stinks, but I guess we're just going to have to fight him. You draw your sword, the long metal flashing in the moonlight. The beast roars and howls. Okay. He doesn't have too much stamina, but he does have a decent amount of power, so... I'm figuring he's not gonna go for an all-out strike right off the bat. Never mind! Never mind, I am the fool. Wolfhound creeps towards you, jaws dripping and fur shining wet. You arc your sword for its neck. It bounds forward. You scurry backwards as fast as you can, but you cannot move quickly enough. It takes a piece from your arm. Blood streams from your arm and into the dirt. Something... Ugh, that was too little. Or too much. That was still too much. You bring your grip around for a wild blow. The wolfhound drops back. It is tensing, preparing to pounce. 5.2. Oh, yeah, by 1! Ha! The wolf wolfhound charges towards you with jaws open, ready to tear out your heart. You turn your sword around for a vicious attack. The strike catches him deep. As the wolfhound grows weaker, its snarl gets madder. 2.3. Okay, that's enough to finish him. But losing 3 stamina to a stupid move like that, I am not okay with. We're gonna do this again. I think I can do that better. Okay, so I know he went 5.5. Let's go 5.6, just in case. Okay, good. That's fine. I'll take that. The wolfhound creeps towards you, jaws dripping and fur shining wet. It will not listen to reason. You charge headlong. It bounds forward, only to run itself onto your blade. It writhes and howls. It limps back, bleeding heavily.
Oh! Thank you for the follow, Catholic Brit. Oh, thank you. We're gonna go for a 4? Let's do for a 4. Oh. Waste of stamina. As you turn your sword for a wild blow, the wolfhound drops back. As the wolfhound grows weaker, its snarl gets madder. 4.2. That might be 2. I'm gonna defend. Yeah. Good move. The wolfhound runs for your throat. You react on instinct, dodging around a tree for cover. You are shaken but unharmed. It howls and whimpers. 3.0. Okay. You turn your grip around for a manic attack, but the wolfhound turns tail. The wolfhound is crawling now, its fur thick with dried blood. Fall out, all out. Yeah! You put all your strength into a swing of your blade, hoping to finish the creature in a stroke. The blade connects. As the wolfhound weakly opens its jaws to bite, you plunge your blade between its teeth and all the way down to its heart. The wolfhound howls, a gurgling, blood-soaked sound, and then it dies. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it a lot. Glad you see it entertaining enough to stick around for. In the future, I mean. But yes, get some rest and yeah, go to mass. The beast defeated, you pause to regain your breath and wipe your sword. Then, once satisfied, you lay down again and try to sleep. Jan flutters down and resettles on your shoulder. Your dreams are filled with walking, with peaks and valleys and endless paths. A curious light plays across them, building walls to heights before ruining them as it moves away. The rest of the night passes silently. We can finally leave this horrible village. You rise on early from your spot beneath the tree. As you gather your things, Jan leaps up and onto your onto your shoulder. Ready to go? He chirps. You rejoin the path on the far side of Biritanti. The sun sits on the horizon like a gleaming jewel. If all goes well, you will reach Torrepani today, the last village in the Shamutanti hills. After a short climb, the path breaks, heading uphill to the left and downhill to the right. Let's ask Jan. Which way, Jan? Well, to the right is a forest. To the left the going is easier. The path heads through a field of black flowers to Torrepani. What else do you know? You demand suspiciously. What else do you know? You demand suspiciously. Nothing, protests the creature. And that's a fine way to talk to your guide. I'm not charging you for my advice, you know. You'll get no more from the creature. With Torrepani so close, it hardly matters which way you go, surely. I don't like what he said. Black flowers sounds ominous. And there's a house here, so maybe there's somebody who will help me. Go right. We go right, you decide. Then be on your guard, Jan warns you. You climb a rise. The way is not too steep. The way is not too steep, and as noon approaches, you have crested the ridge and are descending yet again. You are now at the highest point of the hills, where the trees are thin, the view west goes on forever, and sometimes you catch glimpses of Carré on the northern horizon. I don't want to eat a ration when I only have one left. I'm going to wait until the evening. Let's keep going. You decide not to stop and eat, but push on. Jan is in a talkative mood, over the worst of his headache from last night's drinking, and fills the air around with his chatter about what he can see and how things smell, and what he plans to do when he makes his fortune in Carré. You pass from the open hillside into a patch of deep forest. Quite suddenly,
Jan falls quiet and hisses in your ear. Stop! Stop now! Why? Because, it insists the creature in a tiny voice. Because something is following us. You come to a dead stop. Jan is right. Something is moving through the trees behind you. A moment later, a point of steel has emerged from the darkness between two trees and touches your neck. You've seen me, whispers a voice. I know it. I see nothing, you call back. You are quite safe. It is not I who is safe. It's not I who is not safe, returns the voice. Ask who is there. Who's there? There is no reply, but the tall, dark figure of an assassin emerges from between the trees. He is dressed head to toe in black, and you have not seen him a moment before. Even though he had been standing a mere arm's length away, he wields a sharp scimitar in expert hands. Oh, I can't cast a spell, that's right, I gotta fight him. You bring your sword up to bear. Okay, I have a feeling this is probably gonna be the hardest fight. Maybe besides the giant. I have no idea what he's gonna go for. He's an assassin, so... Is he gonna go straight for the kill? I don't know. Is he gonna wait and do something? I don't know. This could be really stupid, but I'm gonna go for a big attack. Oh, that was stupid. No. The assassin nods at you, raises his curved blade in salute, and then takes his position. You measure the weight of your sword and then bring it up to deliver a cleaving blow. The assassin covers himself. Closing his eyes, he murmurs a quick prayer as he sets his stance. Defend. Yeah. You drop yourself into a crouch, and he prowess forward, but it only tires him out. You're mostly unharmed. The assassin laughs appreciatively. 5? Oh, he's defending again. Great. Time to attack. You swing your sword fast, in towards his chest, but the impact clangs against his turned sword. He grins. He is left breathless but otherwise unharmed. My duty is to sever your head from your neck, the assassin says, in a voice as cold as polished marble. You will not hold me from it. You whip your defenses as he tries a deep slice, but you roll out of the way, mostly unhurt. You will die out here, the assassin tells you, his tone like ice. Alright, see you, Kestrel. Thanks for stopping by. It was a pleasure to have you with us. Have a great night. Sleep well. Acting quickly, you rush forward with a deep, heavy slash, outclassing his own sword swing. Blood drips from the assassin's tunic. He curses under his breath. I can guarantee you a simple death, the assassin declares. His eyes are merciless. The trees watch as the battle unfolds. Relentlessly you cut and thrust, keeping him pinned. You slash violently across his chest, cutting through his own strong swing. The assassin's breath is coming in short gasps. He closes his eyes for a moment to steady himself. The assassin spins his sword about to shift the sword across his body. I better defend. You ready yourself to block. The light blow sails over your head, moving with deadly speed of an attacking serpent. You're mostly unharmed. He nods to you wisely. The assassin swivels his grip. The weapon swings as it moves. Leaping into action, you twist and lower your sword quickly. He is off balance and moving slowly, and the blade goes deep. He turns and trembles, releasing his sword as he topples. I am not so proud as to not admit defeat when I am beaten, he groans. You may finish me if you so choose. But if you do me an honour and use my own blade. The assassin is not dead, but lies on the floor, gasping. I'm not gonna kill him. Then get up, you tell him, holding your sword back, but not putting it away. Yet. He nods, and sheathes his own blade. You are an honourable man. I'm glad I met you. Now that you have saved me, you own me, in part. My name is Flanker, and I am an assassin and a thief. Why did you attack me? That was a simple matter. I pick on wayfarers for practice in hiding and in killing. I assumed you would be no match, especially when I saw your pet. He points briefly at the Minimite, who is currently hiding under a fold in your tunic. But I see I was wrong. He bows his head once, perhaps in respect, or perhaps from the pain of his injuries. You're travelling to Carré? He asks. Yes. I'll go that way as well. I will not travel with you, but once you are there, perhaps I'll see you. If so, I will not forget the debt I owe you. What is your business in Carré? You ask. He looks long into your eyes for a moment, and then answers. The nobles of the city have heard rumours. Goblins are reopening the old mines. They want to know why. They are arming for a war with the villagers, you tell him, remembering the conversation of the villagers in Dumpus. I would wager that they are, Flanker replies. But it is not in search of iron that they have reopened the ancient workings. You know the history of these hills, perhaps. They have not always been so poor, so underpopulated. Once, great and powerful men lived here, men of great knowledge and sorcery. Long gone now. Flanker shifts his head. Not gone. Changed. There is a village of giants in these hills. That is what those men became. The ancient miners once ran a great city, spanning from the Kakabad Sea as far north as the Jaikar mines. That was where they mined for ore that forged the crown. And it is that metal, that power, which the goblins are searching for. If Mampang should rise, it would be their only hope. They must be stopped. Perhaps they will be. They say the ancients left terrible guardians behind. He bows his head again. This time, it is definitely from the pain. Go, he hisses. You cannot aid me.
All right, good night, Higgs. Sleep well.
No, you reply. I have caused your wounds. I shall help you. He grinned with gritted teeth. Are you a doctor? I do not think you are. Bind his wounds. Tearing strips of dark fabric from his clothing, you bind his wounds tightly, and the bleeding lessens. You are too kind to a man who was about to kill you, he murmurs. Let that be your lesson, you reply, as you gather up your things and head out of the forest, leaving him behind. You have a sense that you have made a powerful friend. How much longer do you think we'll be travelling today? The Minimite on your shoulder asks. I'm hungry and tired. We've gone such a long way. You can stop here, the Minimite complains. Oh, you'd like that. I'm sure you would. You continue along the path and around the side of the hill. A wooden hut is set in the slope, with an old woman sitting on the front step. A river seems to emerge from beneath her. As you get closer, you realize the water flows underneath her house, and the house itself is set on splayed struts like an insect, straddling the watercourse. A few paces from the front of the house, the water plunges over the edge of a sheer cliff and disappears.
Welcome back, Dabster. Glad you could come back and enjoy the... Let's continue. We went through the crazy village with the children. I don't know if you were here for that, but we went through the crazy children village. We slept on the outskirts, got attacked by a wolf. We just had a run-in with an assassin here, and now we're apparently meeting an old woman.
Greetings, you call. The woman looks up and smiles.
Oh, come over here, won't you? She calls. I can barely see you.
You approach the old woman. She smiles a toothless smile and gets up from the step.
Oh, come in, please, she beckons. I get so lonely living out here on my own, away from the villagers.
Suppose we go inside. Thank you. You follow her inside and take a seat by a long wooden table.
I'll bring us some tea, she says.
She almost sounds nervous. Hurrying to her kitchen, she returns with 2 large cups. Watch it, Jan whispers in your ear. I don't trust this one.
I don't know. I just got through talking on my stream how much I love tea, all kinds of tea. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with it. You make to sip your tea when the old woman stops you, catching your arm before the cup reaches your lips. Oh, she says suddenly, I've forgotten the pot. She goes back to the kitchen to fetch it. Drink my tea. You lift your mug, blow away the steam, and take a sip as the old lady returns. The old lady lifts her own mug and takes a deep gulp. Your own tea is gently refreshing. Then she sputters and coughs and grips her side. Oh, thanks for the lure, Cappy. Enjoy. Something wrong? Oh, no, 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 she replies, trying to smile, but clearly doubled over in pain. Stumbling and almost falling, she staggers to her kitchen and gulps down another drink. When she returns, she seems much better again. I'm not as young as I was. Oh, something tells me she probably poisoned the other teacup. She wanted me to switch with her. All the same, she pushes her tea to one side. But tell me about you. You're a traveller? Yes. That's right. I'm going to Carré. She clasps her hands. Oh, how wonderful! Such a delightful city. Indeed, you answer. Tell me, on your journey you didn't happen to come across an old man, did you? Yes, I did. Not just any old man, she insists. This one was carrying a page from a spell book. I'll show her the page, I guess. You pull the spell page from your pack and her eyes light up. Giggling with glee, the witch snatches it. What is the spell, you ask? It's a spell of pest repulsion. You have no idea how useful it is around here. She shakes her head. 4 days ago, I was visited by a traveller such as yourself, but when I was away making my tea, as I always do, he started leafing through my book and tore out a page. He must have been a wizard of power, because he vanished almost too fast for me to curse him. What curse did you cast? Well, you saw him, she replies. I aged him. Didn't stop him from escaping, though. She fusses with the page, repairing a spell book with some gentle magic. Shall I show you how useful the spell is? What do you mean? Well, she makes a little gesture at something behind you. How can I put this? You're sure you don't want me to rid you of a pest? And you realize she's looking at Jan. I'll keep him. Really? She looks surprised and slams shut her book. Well, it's your cat's funeral, as they say in Carré. She gets to her feet. You'd best be going. Jan hops on your shoulder, whispering profuse thanks into your ear, and you leave. Archibald Asparagus. It is now too late. It is now late afternoon. You pass over the brow of the next hill, and below you is the village of Torapani, slung from one side of the valley to the next like a flood barrier. Torapani is a village of the Sven, an aggressive-looking race of man-orcs. You might expect the village to be rowdy, but it seems strangely quiet. Still, there is no way round it. You will have to go through. Into Torapani. You enter the village. There is a definite air of depression hanging over the place. The Svins are going about their business slowly and miserably, and pay you no heed. You sit yourself down on a tree stump at the very center of the village and reconsider your options. You should probably talk to them first. You spy a group of Svins sitting outside a low hut, and you walk over and sit yourself down. They are discussing a friend, apparently killed in the night by an assassin's curved blade. Is that why you all are afraid? You ask. We're afraid of no thing, retorts one of the Sven furiously. But no, much worse. Another Sven bangs his hand down on the table. But with Esh dead, who saved Tia? Who is Esh? Our greatest. The Sven who says this bangs his chest with a fist and then coughs twice. Good Sven. Tia is the chief's daughter, the other Sven says. Esh was to save her. Now, Esh is not alive, so Tia soon not alive. What happened to her? goblins. They sacrifice?
He is unsure of the word, and so mimes a gesture like stabbing downward knife blade.
Yes, sacrifice to great cave demon.
Trouble is, another says, our village die of chief line end. Tia is end. So if end ends, we end. All very sad.
Very sad, they all agree. Who are you?
One asks suddenly, as if only just thinking of it. He prods you in the chest. Traveller.
Traveller?
A sly gleam enters the biggest one's eyes.
Great traveller?
I do my best.
Best is good. Meke, Tifa!
He signals to the others, who are quickly on their feet, big, hefty arms swinging for you.
We take to chief!
Before you can resist, they have you, and are hauling your bodily onto their shoulders. Jan clings onto your shoulder, refusing to be shaken free. Where are you taking me? The Sphinx carrying you give no reply. Then you reach a low hut on the edge of the village. You are set down, carefully. The door is slammed and locked. A moment later, it reopens, and your possessions are thrown inside. Wait to see what happens. Suppose we can eat something. Pulling out your knapsack, you pull out the last food you have, the old man's nourishing bomba fruit, and eat it. Nothing else happens. You pull your knees up to your chest and wait. Jan goes to sleep immediately. The long watches of the night pass slowly, and in the end, nothing happens, and no one comes. I got my full health back, though. That's good. Daybreak. Well, I don't have it back, but I've got my full max health, my full health cap. I think that's what to say. Daybreak. You are still alone. An hour passes before you hear any noise outside, and then the door to the hut opens, and 5 Sphinx come in. They drag you roughly out and across the street to another hut, where an old man with grey hair sits. He is wearing outlandish, colourful robes.
My name is Process, Chief.
He slaps his chest twice.
I apologize.
Then he bows, brushing the dust on the floor with his sleeves. Apology accepted. The chief nods. He waves to a menial who brings in milk and bread. Oh, definitely I'll eat. Gratefully, you bolt down the meal. It does not seem to be poisoned, and it nourishes you. The bowl is removed, and the chief squats down in a pool of cloth. Jan cowers under your own cloak, hoping to go unnoticed.
I have need of you and your strength.
I will help, if I can. The chief bows.
I am grateful. My daughter, my child, she is taken, offered to a terrible demon below.
You want me to rescue her? The chief nods.
Succeed, and you may choose your reward. Fail, and...
He shrugs. I'll do it. The chief nods.
I hope you will.
He gestures to the other Sphinx who, still taking no chances, grab you by your arms and haul you to your feet.
Oh, great, we're going into the middle of a
Crack in the ground. Nothing like jumping down into a basement to liven the senses. You are led along a short pathway through the forest to a crack in the ground. One Sphinx has brought a rope, and another a basket. They are preparing to lower you down into the pit of the earth itself. Take the adventure. Try and escape. I guess take the adventure. I don't want to beg them for riches. You wait until they are ready, and then step into the basket. The chief nods to you with respect.
Watch the darkness,
he declares, as they start to lower you down. From your shoulder, Jan murmurs. We're in trouble now. He shivers. You don't realize. You can't use magic with me around, and I'm not going anywhere. You hit the floor with a thud, and peer into the darkness. Your eyes can make out nothing, but a slight breeze suggests endless space in all directions. You are blind, helpless, trapped. Something clatters to your feet from above. One of the Sphinx shouts something down to you.
Oh! Oh! Oh, Kaito! Hey! Welcome! Good to see you! Oh, thank you for the follow. Glad you made it. We're long past the PowerPoint, but we've been playing, goodness, we've been playing Sorcery for about like 2-3 hours now. I'm hoping to finish the first game, tonight. Oh, is it for real your birthday? Oh my gosh, happy birthday! Holy cow! Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's the... It's not your birthday. It's the joke. Anyway, welcome. Birthday or not. Welcome in. We've been playing Sorcery for a while now, and it's been a lot of fun. So, we're almost done with this first game. This is the first one, Shamutanti Hills. There's 4 of them. And it's like a D&D sort of roguelike, storytelling, choose-your-own-adventure style game. It's been a lot of fun. We started all the way over here, and we've crawled our way all the way here, and now we're being thrown into a dark pit by a bunch of orc people. So, ironically, it is my... Well, happy birthday to your brother, Gabe. You wait until they are ready, and then oh wait, I've already done that. Feel around the ground, I think. You crouch down and feel around your feet until your hand closes on the base of something. You pick it up. It is a dry wood torch. Something else falls from above and strikes you on the head.
Tinderbox!
Calls the voice. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Actually, here, wait. If you guys don't mind, we'll pause this for a moment. And, here, wait. Just for a second, just to show you what it looks like in full. Here we are, yay! But yeah, this is the model in full. There's not a lot of bells and whistles to it. It's pretty simple, but I love the off color of the inside of the coat. I love the floral pattern too. Like you've got that little like twig pattern going on. The shoes are really nice. My artist did a great job. He did a really great job. And he even included my little cross on my lapel. So he did a great job. But he and my of course I love the overlays too. My overlay artist did a fantastic job. So but let me move back. Wee. And I can show you a little bit of the PowerPoint at least if you want to see it. I did a little introduction to my name. I introduced, the inspiration, Johann Sebastian Bach's Klavier Übung, and then Thomas Tallis. Some information about me, which I think you guys already know most of that already. So like my bachelor's degree and the fact I'm in grad school, I'm a classically trained tenor, all that fun stuff. My favorite composers, their favorite music, because that's kind of the theme of my channel. Some other of my favorite things, so like Redemption Arcs, Sunday from Hawkeye Star Rail, my favorite character in the history of anything ever, collecting rosaries, being Catholic, drinking tea, downhill skiing, philosophy, Shusaku Window, Graham Greene, Lamb comedy films, humility, and fountain pens. And then we have my dislikes: arrogant people, horror films, bland food, horror films with demons, bland food, cockroaches, being asked to sing something at a formal function the day of, snow, Marvel movies, and camping. And then favorite media, some anime that I like, books that I've read, and movies that I enjoy. Video games, so Genshin, Honkai, Halo, Total War, Elder Scrolls, Lethal Company, Stalker, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Fire Emblem Style, blah 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 blah. Anyway, and then my lore. I'm gonna do my lore like this. I'm gonna write individual journal entries, handwritten cursive with fountain pen journal entries. Yeah, speed run, for real. So I'm kind of I thought this was a creative idea, so hopefully people latch onto that. Discord server, by the way, there's a command for Discord. Discord. I have not finished the new update yet because I'm too depressed. I don't want to see I don't want to see Sunday in chains. I really don't want to see Sunday thrown in jail. I'm also upset that they didn't tell us more about what happens to him. I think I told, I don't know if you were in the Discord when I said it, but I'm on a boycott. I am saving until they release Sunday. I am not pulling any more in Honkai until they release Sunday. So, and then my thanks. So Kizo22 did my model and rigging. Liquid GTX did my artwork and overlays. Kiko Mark did my logo, and I thanked Halcyon Ward, and Junie Perwood, who are 2 other VTubers, for helping me figure out OBS. And then everybody else who's inspired me and helped me, including you guys. So thank you. Anyway, that was my PowerPoint in like 1 minute. And now we can continue the game. Yeah, they better be. I need my Sunday content. I need my redemption arc. Okay. Feel around for the tinderbox. Now we can get back to the Shamatanti Hills. Rubbing the bruise on your head, you reach down and find the tinderbox. I can curse whoever hit me. Light the torch. You strike a light and the torch blazes into flame. Oh, below. That's not eerie. You can see now that you are in a large cavern, wide and deep. At the far end, passageways disappear to the left and to the right. Through an uneven rockfall at the far end of the cavern, you hear a murmur. Listened by the rocks? You clamber over the rocks at the edge of the cavern to investigate the sound. It is a whimpering, coming from the other side of the stones. The Sven girl, perhaps? She came in this way, but then the cave-in blocked off her path. You'll have to find another way to reach her. Left was my way the last time, so let's go left again. You go left, and creep slowly into the darkness, ears straining for the sound of approaching threats. But all you can hear is Jan's quiet whimpering. The passageway slows down for a short... Oh, I should probably explain to you what's happened. The plot of this game, instead of just continuing on like this. So, the plot of this game is I am from this country here called Analand. And Analand had this magic crown that every kingdom had inherited, like every successor kingdom had inherited. It's kind of like a mandate of heaven, I guess. And it was stolen by this wicked witch, he was an archmage, he's a guy. He stole this crown, and he's gonna use it to conquer the world with goblins. And I, alone, the protagonist, of course, have been sent to retrieve it because allegedly this journey is so dangerous to send an army would kill them all. So I alone have to reclaim the crown. And so that is the plot. Right now, this is the first quarter of the game, and we're trying to get here to Carré, which is apparently a trading village full of scumbags. But we're almost there, so... You go left and creep slowly down the darkness. The passageway slopes down in a short way, then ends in a T-junction. 2 stones stacked on top of each other, one against the wall here. Examine the stones. There's nothing special about the 2 stones, except that they happen to be on top of one another. Well, left hasn't done me wrong yet. Let's go left again. You take the left passage. The tunnel twists and bends sharply, as if carved by a river now long since dried away. You lose all sense of which way is which, except to keep going forward, where the tunnel splits. There is a stacked pair of stones here as well. Let's go left again! You slip through the opening in the left wall. The going is suddenly much more difficult, and you realize that the tunnel is climbing at quite a sharp gradient. Well, at least I'm not going in circles. Little stones rattle and roll away downwards into the dark. At the highest point, the passage you are following finishes at another fork. As you enter, 2 stones roll down the... 2 more stones? That's not weird. You always choose left? Well, I'll keep going left then. You go left. The cave walls crush in close, as though the rock is squeezing you to death. Your shoulders rub against the walls. When you feel certain you can go no further, the path you are creeping through forks again. Another pair of stones is stacked in one corner. Keep going left. You take the left passage. You follow the passageway when you hear an echo of whimpering. Oh, we found her! Yay! Your torchlight falls across a frail shape. Hiding in the shadows is the young Sven girl, stacking stones into hundreds of little towers. Why? Come with me. You hold out a hand, and the girl takes it and gets to her feet.
You'll have to be quiet, she hisses, or else...
Suddenly, there is a loud roaring from the mouth of the short cavern. The walls begin to shake and crumble. The Sphinx stone towers topple and scatter. To one side, a gap in the rubble begins to open, letting through a mean shaft of light. But before you can head for it, the roaring sound is joined by a scream from the Sphinx girl. You turn slowly and peer into the gloom back along the tunnel. Is there something moving? Something coming closer? Perhaps the roaring is the wind rushing through the tunnels. Why are we going in deeper? You hear the scrambling sound of claws on rock, and the exit from the tunnel is blocked by a dark and looming shape. A manticore. Huge, terrible. It stands between you and the light, and it howls in a bloody rage. The manticore is a foul hybrid created by the evil sorcerers of old, and steeped in bitter self-hatred. It has a lion's body and the tail of a scorpion, but its face is that of an old man, and its thoughts are cruel and resentful. As it sees you, it rears back, flapping two enormous wings on its back. I can't use magic because of the fairy guy, so I gotta fight it like this. Oh no, is he gonna go straight for it? What do you guys think? Is he gonna go straight for it? Oh, I don't know. Oh, I know there's a delay, so you guys probably can't answer me immediately. Let's... I don't know. We're gonna defend? Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, that was the move. Holy cow. The fearsome creature paces forward, teeth bared. You drop back, raising your guard, hoping the beast will wear itself out. At the last moment, the manticore pounces, all claws off the ground and bared to plunge into your flesh. You brace yourself as it comes down, and leap aside at the last moment, claws raking your skin. For a moment, it is close enough to smell its warm, fetid breath. I should be good enough to attack now, right? Oh my gosh! Even still! The manticore moves quickly, and strikes so fast with its scorpion sting that you can barely move. Oh, whoops. And only have a single breath to escape. Your own attack is forgotten as you try to regain your balance. The manticore shifts away and opens its wide jaws, which look so human but contain an impossible number of teeth, each one dripping with a mixture of saliva and blood. The creature snarls and snaps its jaws. You must finish this monster before it finishes you. With the rock wall at your back, you have no way to hide, but a perfect platform to spring forward. You race at the manticore, catching it in a light blow. It curses you with an almost inhuman tongue. Ah, bloody hell. This is tough. The creature whips out its vicious tail. You almost drop your sword. If you had, it would have meant certain death. As it is, although you were badly hurt, you parry the killing blow that quickly follows. You look quickly over your shoulder, considering escape, but there is nothing but solid rock. You are standing in your own grave. From the other side of the chamber, the Sphinx girl picks up a rock and hurls it at the manticore's head, but it serves only to make the creature more angry. The beast growls at you. The walls shiver with fury. The Sphinx girl edges nearer, as if thinking of scratching the creature with her claws. It's scared.
It's scared, she whispers to you. You might not believe me, but you've scared it.
Oh my gosh. I still don't know that I've got enough to do anything. I might have to defend again because I just used up all my Ah! Crud! Oh, I might want to restart this, but I also don't want to chicken out. Okay, well that at least will do him some damage. In the darkness of the cave, it is hard to read the monster's intentions, but you cannot wait forever. Standing firm, you swing a mighty stroke against the monster, slipping a light strike past the manticore's outstretched claws. I have to defend. You can almost smell the creature growing enraged and drop quickly away. The manticore makes a nasty swipe with its fearsome claws, but you duck and escape its real injury. The monster rears up onto its back legs and opens its wings to... it's definitely going to do a big attack. Oh, maybe not. Okay then. You remain hidden. The manticore rushes you. At the last moment, you jump aside. You are gasping for breath. The creature's relentless assault, its sheer rage, is almost too much for you to take. The manticore laughs at you with a human expression of twisted joy. You risk an attack.
Charging forward, you rush into the manticore, just as it swings its tail down like a hammer stroke. As it rears, you push your sword up into its exposed belly. You have opened a deep wound into its side. The Sphin Girl cheers. The creature stretches its enormous jaws and roars. Dropping your weight, you chop a heavy swing at the vile beast, catching the manticore a passing cut. Oh, we're even now, but I have to defend. I can't match. Yeah, I couldn't have matched that. You sense the creature getting angry and move quickly into a crouch. The manticore whips outwards with its terrible sting, but you leap aside to safety. You give silent thanks for your concentration. The manticore roars. The ground itself seems to shake with its anger. You spy an opening, and in a battle to the death, openings cannot be wasted. Back against the rock, you deliver a ferocious stab at the foul creature, landing a quick jab past the manticore's tail. The creature crashes against one wall. Rock dust pours onto its back, but as it tries to shake itself, it stumbles. You can hardly dare to hope. The foul beast is weakening. You can almost smell the creature coming for your blood, and drop quickly into a guarded stance. The creature snaps with its knife-like teeth, but you knock it back with your sword hilt. The manticore gnashes its jaws, readying for the taste of your bones. Go for its throat!
Okay, are we back? No. Defend the game, then proceeds to attack the Wi-Fi.
You sense the creature growing enraged and move quickly away. The manticore makes a vicious slash with its claws, but you stay low. You swing your arm and refresh your stance. The manticore rears back and beats its wings hard. Sidestepping, you slash out the manticore, slipping a slicing cut past its outstretched wings. The manticore screams and howls in a voice that is almost human. It is dying, slowly, furiously, but nonetheless, it weakens. Oh, jeez! Then your confidence does you ill, and you leave yourself open. The manticore lashes out with its savage claws. For a moment, you think the creature will bite off your head. You stagger back, the back of the gigantic sting knocking you flying across the cave room. The Sphin Girl is shaking with fear. You know she has seen heroes defeated before. The manticore paces back and parts its enormous jaws and bellows. You test the creature. Feinting left, you slice at the manticore, catching it a passing cut. The sting of its tail begins to leak a foul-smelling green ooze. Oh, no! Oh my gosh. This'll decide it. This'll decide it. Oh! Oh my gosh! I lost all my health but one. Oh. Quick as a flash, you slash at the manticore. Your sword blade seems almost to be possessed. It finds its way past the manticore's sleeping claws, through its thick hide, and down to its ancient, cruel heart. For a moment, it howls loud enough to make the walls shake. And then everything falls very quiet.
I want to do it again. I want to do it again. I want to do better. I really do. We're gonna do this again, okay? I won't read all the dialogue. We'll just play this out fast. But at least we won. At least we didn't die. One more time. Definitely gonna defend. That's impossible to protect against. And then I think his second attack was also like insane. So that, yep, okay. That's what we want. And then we're gonna go, let's go for a 4.5. He's definitely, okay. That was a little overzealous. I've definitely scared it this time. Let's defend. Oh, I actually could have beaten him there, but that's fine. 5.2. Oh, yeah. Awesome. Okay. 3. No. Okay, that was a mistake. But still, I mean, anything is better than what I did last time, so there's really no way to There's really no way to do worse than what I did last time. I'm definitely... I mean, either way, this is definitely a keeper. Unless I utterly, totally, completely ruin it here. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, we're doing much, much better. I still think, yeah, 3.9. Oh, well, that was a little too much, but it's okay. Yeah. Either way, this is incredible compared to last time. So. Much, much better. Oh, that was I really wanted to end it there. My mistake. But that'll end it. 10, I can do. Let's go. The only noise in the chamber is the hammering of your heart and the quiet breathing of the Sven girl. Then the Minimite breaks out into a loud cheer, whooping and punching the air. You bow to him. Thank you, the Sven girl mumbles. Then, tugging your arm, you say, this way. She leads you towards the light, through a gap in the rocks, to the pool of sunlight in the first cavern. Let's escape! Out, out, out! You wave the torch, hoping to attract attention. Tell the girl to call up. Girl, call your father. The Sven child nods mutely, then bawls at the top of her lungs. Perseus, I'm here! Then that was terrible. Then something drops down, a rope with a basket at the end. Get in it together, the chief calls from above. We'll pull you both up. I'm gonna send the girl first. You lift the girl into the basket and call up. Haul away! The Svens give a great cry and begin to pull, and the basket slowly starts to rise, spinning as it goes. The girl waves to you as she disappears up into the sunlight, and then she is gone. A minute passes. Nothing. Throw down the rope! Nothing. The tunnel echoes, very slightly, a noise from the depths. Perhaps the manticore was not alone. Oh, that's... I'll keep waiting. You wait a little longer, settling down on your pack. You can imagine the celebration going up above, the tears and grateful reunion. No surprise if they lose track of you, down here in the dark. And then sure enough, the basket and the rope tumble down. You clamber quickly in and they haul you up. Above ground, the chief himself helps you out onto the grass. His daughter is with him, clutching his hand. My daughter tells me you fight bravely, he says. For that, I am grateful. I invite you with us, back to Torapani. Will you come? Yeah, let's party. Let's party. Oh, they restore my health. That's awesome. A little generosity cannot hurt you. You nod. I will come. As you enter the village, it erupts into celebration. You are given a place to stay and recuperate from your long journey. A visit to the healing priest treats your wounds. And when you emerge, it is to find the village, before so somber and silent, now in full life. Flowers are tied to every rooftop, and bands of Svens are playing music on long, strangely shaped lyres. You are whisked away into the dance by Perseus' daughter, before the chief can welcome you to the feast. The night is glorious. That night you sleep heavily, and rise the next morning to continue your journey. The chief meets you before you go. My good friend, he declares, you have saved us. He presses 2 gifts into your hands. A pouch of 10 gold pieces, a fortune for a place like this, and a key. This opens the south gate of Kare, he tells you. I hope it is of use. You perform one last transaction before you go, exchanging your emerald for 24 further gold pieces with the chief. Gold will be safer in Kare. Then, it is time to leave. You take your leave. The path winds away from Torapani, and as soon as you are on a downward slope, away from the Shamutanti hills, through a steep, stepped rice fields. As you walk, you feel for the first time the loneliness of the path ahead. Though Kare is a busy city, it is cruel, and beyond Kare, there is nothing but the vicious wasteland. You will have no one to trust in the days ahead. For a brief moment, up on the hills above your path, you fancy you see a figure stealing its way along by some high and secret route. A figure all in black,
but when you shade your eyes against the sun, whatever was there has disappeared. In the distance rises the walls of a great city, the first true stonework you have seen since the ruins in the giant city of the hills. From your shoulder, you feel Jan hop away into the air. "I didn't mind the manticore," he hisses, "but this place I'm afraid of. Take care, you'll need it." And then he buzzes into the sky and is gone. You're not exactly sorry to see him go, but you wonder if you will ever see him again.
To Carré! We did it! Woo!
Your journey through the Shamatanti Hills is completed. Along the way, you have gained the friendship of Flanker, the assassin, and have given 2 useful keys to the cells of the Red Eyes and to the gates of Carré. You have collected some magical artifacts, a large lump of beeswax, 4 giant's teeth, and a bamboo pipe. You are still armed only with your original sword, and have no rations, and 50 gold pieces, and a spellbook. The adventure continues in Sorcery 2, Carré, City Port of Traps, out now. We better save it to the cloud. Let me take a quick picture of this. I probably could just do a screenshot, but I'm not going to, because we need to have that saved. All right. Okay, well, we've already done this, so I think we are finished. Whee. Well, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. This has been incredible. It really has. I can't believe we actually beat the game in one evening. I didn't actually expect it would go that fast either, so I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did too. I know this has been a really crazy night, so thank you all for joining me for my debut tonight. This was really crazy, and I'm really grateful that you all came. You know, it's just, I know a lot of people showed up and left and came and went, and some left lurks and others couldn't stay, but I'm just really glad that everyone who came did. Thank you so much. I mean, again, this is still so surreal, even with all of the, oh, thank you, James. Even like with all the crazy, all the crazy stuff, all the times the stream cut out, like all the stuff that went wrong. Thank you all so much for sticking around. So I'm really grateful. I really can't tell you how happy I am that this went. I don't know. It seems to have gone better than I thought it would. So, oh, thank you for finding this. Welcome to my stream. You're at the very end, unfortunately. But I'm Clavier Talus. I just debuted today, so I'm a new VTuber. I'm a choir master, and I am the cantor and headmaster of St. Cuthbert's Academy of Music and Philosophy. So we debuted earlier today at 6 p.m. Central. So, oh, thank you, Heifi. I hope, Heifili. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, you feel free to yell at me. Well, I hope you all enjoyed yourself. I know, I'm sure a lot of people were probably lurking, so I really appreciate that you stopped by. So means a lot, and I don't know. I feel like it went about as well as it could have. Well, actually, no, it didn't. I mean, the scuff was bad. It was pretty bad. I have no idea why the internet decided that it was going to ruin the... Well, it didn't ruin it. We powered through it, but why the internet was going to prove so troublesome tonight. But, you know, it's okay. It happened, and we made it through it anyway, and we did our best. So, it probably hurt the stream, but, you know, what can you do? We made the best of it, and that's what matters. So, thank you all for sticking around and being a... Oh, no. No!
Are we having another? Are we having another right now? I don't know. I can't even tell. I feel like we're having another. Oh no, we're not. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're so back. We're so back. Thank you. Yeah, this I've gone into it earlier. Actually, I guess I can wait. I'll run through the PowerPoint one more time. Just like super duper fast. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Uh-oh. My mistake. Okay. Woo, okay. So since I'm a choir master, you know, I'm themed around classical music, specifically choir, but polyphony in general. But my name, Clavier Talus, comes from Clavier from Johann Sebastian Bach's Klavierübung, his third book of that title, which contains all of his most complicated organ pieces. Talus comes from Thomas Tallis. He was a famous choir composer in England. That's some immersion-breaking information about me. My favorite composers: Johann Sebastian Bach, Thomas Tallis, Johann Anderson, Alfred Schnittke, William Byrd, Girolamo Frescobaldi, John Shepard, and James McMillan, and some pieces of music they wrote. This piece is a piece inspired by Thomas Tallis, written by another composer named Ray Vaughan Williams, but it was inspired by a theme Tallis wrote. My favorite things, or things that I enjoy, dislikes, favorite media, video games. The way I'm going to be doing my lore through these little lore journals. You can access my Discord by typing !Discord in the chat. Feel free to do so if you want to join. Okay. Once again, another cutout. Yeah. All right. Well. Oh, it's fitting, isn't it? Isn't it? It is so fitting. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. We had a lot of great fun. So hopefully, even with all the scuff, we had fun. So thank you all so much. Really. I'm gonna go ahead and raid us out to my friend Elio Icario, who is also celebrating his anniversary of debut today. He debuted this day a year ago, so we're gonna raid out. We're gonna say hello to him. I shouted him out. He was here earlier, but he couldn't stay because obviously he had his own stream to prepare for. But yeah, please join us for the raid. If you can't stay, obviously I understand it's late, but yeah, keep your eyes open for the Discord. Stick out on my Twitter. I will be posting updates there. I will have my first schedule up probably tomorrow, if not by tonight. I don't have much to do tonight, so yeah. In the next, not yet. I'll put the command in a second, but yeah, in the next 5 minutes or so. I did want to say yeah, check my Discord. Please join if you want to. I will be doing community nights. I'll be hosting the lore there. Please join. I would love to have you. It would be awesome. In fact, it would be fabulous to have you. So okay. Oh my gosh, we got to do this now before it all just falls apart. Let's raid. Goodbye.